We will call this meeting of the General Policy Committee of the Gainesville City Commission for March 23rd, 2023 to order. And I will tell you that here they are. But before we adopt the agenda, before we move into anything else, we do have some visitors with us today from Serbia. And they are here with former Mayor Lauren Poe, and we want to give them an opportunity to be introduced before we get started. So, Mayor Poe, I'll ask you if you'll come up and bring your folks up, and if you will do introductions, that would be really wonderful for us.
Thank you, Mayor Ward, and old friends and colleagues. I said I would never be back here in this forum, and here I am not 2 months out. I'm so relaxed and rested. I know, I feel 10 years younger. And Attorney Nee, we had the pleasure of visiting your wife in chambers today as she did a bunch of hearings, and she said to say hello. And I have a little list for you. So yes, it is my pleasure to introduce our guests today. They are from Serbia. We have a judge, a couple prosecutors, and a couple folks that work sort of as what we would call clerks or assistants to judges and prosecutors. They're part of an open world program. It is a program that is administered by the U.S. Congress, and they do exchanges mainly in European countries, but they're branching out to some Asian countries as well. This is the first of 5 delegations that we'll be hosting here in Gainesville this year. Most of them focused on law and justice, but there's also a couple other sort of broad areas that they'll be discussing. So they've been spending a lot of time talking with judges, federal and state. We're visiting the Santa Fe Public Safety Chief Book, you'll be happy to know, tomorrow morning, and checking that operation out. They've also visited Universal Studios and Anastasia State Park, so we're showing them sort of all that we have here in Florida, from great governance to great nature to great entertainment. And so I think, I hate to be presumptuous, but Olga, you seem to be the most spokespersonish of the crowd. So if you want to introduce yourself and then your colleagues, please come up here. Yeah, sure. And again, Commission and Mayor, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you.
Hello to everyone. My name is Olga Damjanovic. I come from Serbia, a city called Novi Sad. It's the second biggest city in Serbia after Belgrade, the capital. I'm really happy to have an opportunity to be here. So thank you everyone for inviting us and sharing your community work and your duties with us and letting us get to know you. So I'm a public prosecutor, actually public prosecutor's assistant, state level, and these are my colleagues who also are part of judiciary system in Serbia. And we had an opportunity these days to maybe get to know your system better and maybe get acquainted with the best parts of your system, and hopefully we will use it in our work forward in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. It's such a pleasure to have you all. This is our General Policy Committee, which is a committee of the whole of our city commission. We have 6 elected commissioners and an elected mayor, and we normally work through most of our business through our regular city commission meetings, but we also have a couple of general policy meetings a month where we can talk a little more casually, not a lot more, but a little more casually about the policy issues coming before the city. And we have lots of people with us today, so you get to experience local American government at some of its weirdest and most wonderful. We're glad you're here. So, welcome. All right, can I get a motion to adopt the agenda, please? Is there a second? We have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda, and we do not, of course, have a consent agenda with this, so I will move to a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we have an agenda. And I would remind, yes? Mm-hmm.
Could we maybe have the delegation maybe come up and stand? Maybe they'd like to get a picture. We could just stand behind them. What do you think?
Sure, let's do that. Yeah, if y'all want to just come up here and line up in front of us, that would be wonderful if we could get somebody to. Yeah, that would be terrific. Yeah, let's do that. and our communications director, Jennifer Smart, will get a photo of us here. Yeah. Very good.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, cheese. All right, some are covered.
Yeah, I'm little. That's not I'll stand closer to Lauren.
We'll try that. 3, 2, 1, cheese. And one more. 3, 2, 1, cheese. There you go.
Very good. Good idea, Commissioner Buck. Now, I will remind everyone that the plan board meets at 6 o'clock, so we have, communications has some work to do in between, so we will have a hard stop at about 5:30. Actually, let's say that we will have a hard stop at 5:30, because hard stops would be about, would they? All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have the approval of the minutes for February 9 and March 9, 2023 GPC meetings with the recommendation that the committee approve these minutes.
Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve the minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the minutes as submitted. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, we have minutes. Madam Clerk.
First business discussion item is 2023-274 downtown trees and sidewalk maintenance with the recommendation that the General Policy Committee receive an update from staff on maintenance activities in the downtown.
Okay, thank you. Before I recognize the manager to move forward with this, I want to remind everybody that we are all here for the same purpose. And there's nobody in the room who doesn't care about the sidewalks. There's nobody here who doesn't care. Let me rephrase that. There's nobody here who doesn't care about the people who use the sidewalks, and there's nobody here who doesn't care about the tree canopy. We all do, so let's start from that point forward. And I think we can get to a good place. And I will tell you, before we even get started, that my great concern here is the broader picture, that we make sure that we, A, that everyone can use the sidewalks. B, we keep the tree canopy in place as much as humanly possible. And 3, we make sure that folks who have been able to use sidewalk space for cafes that we've been trying to promote and get into use for decades continue to be able to use for that purpose. And that's it's a hard puzzle to make work, but I believe that we can do that. So let's all start from that place, that we really are trying to achieve good things together. Madam Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission, General Policy Committee. This is an item that is being brought forth. It is really an update. This is an item regarding 4 trees and the repair of the sidewalk in the downtown area. We are bringing this forth because the city has been a party to litigation due to trip and falls in the downtown area. This is multifaceted because we know there's passion around it either way you look at it. Phil Mann and Andrew Persons are here. They have been working on this. We sent an update to the commission, I believe in February 16th, just trying to put some context around this issue. There is concern around whether the issue should have gone to the Tree Mitigation Board or not. It did not, because based on the interpretation and application of law, the trees are in the right of way, and because of that, there is no requirement for them to go before that particular advisory committee. Actually, based on the application of law and the reading of the code, the condition of the trees, the situation caused by the trees, is an action that staff could have just taken without bringing it forth to the commission. We did not think that was wise. We thought that it needed to be discussed out as we're discussing it out today. And so with that intro, I will ask Mr. Mann to just put more information around where we are with the trees, what our options are.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Mr. Mann, before we get started, I would ask that anyone who wants to speak to this item or any other item, please grab a comment card and fill out your comment card and get that to the clerk so that we have an orderly group of folks coming to the microphone. Mr. Mann.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, Phil Mann, Special Advisor to the City Manager. give you a little overview on our downtown maintenance. If you recall, over the past couple of years, the maintenance of downtown in general and the appearance has come into question. And we've also received several litigations for trip and falls. So in response to that, the city has initiated a downtown maintenance crew, and they have been working to improve the appearance of downtown, improve the accessibility. And one of the issues that we've unearthed, pardon that pun, one of the issues we've come across is, out of the litigations, is we have some trees that have outgrown their tree wells and are pushing the sidewalk up and are creating trip and hazard issues. We recently lost a lawsuit for a trip and fall due to roots in the downtown for $765,000. And of the 4 trees we're going to discuss today, we have litigation pending on one of those 4 trees. So just to give you an overview.
Rather, the sidewalk adjacent to the trees.
Yes, regarding the sidewalk adjacent to the trees and the roots pushing up the sidewalk and the associated bricks. That is correct, sir. Just to give you an overview, this map here is downtown area. This is Southeast First Street, Southeast First Avenue, Harry's Seafood Bar and Grill. This is the former Emiliano's. Lillian's is right in this area. Havana Wine and Cigar Bar is at the corner here. So we have on this block we have 20 trees. We have 4 that have created an issue. Well, the roots are pushing up the sidewalk, the bricks. One tree in particular is pushing up the curb and the street. And so those 4 in question are a live oak, a heritage live oak that's here in front of Emiliano's, the former Emiliano's, a live oak that's here in front of Harry's, a Shoemart oak that's here in front of Lillian's, and a Shoemart oak that's here at the corner of Lillian's and the Havana Cigar Bar. So we have worked to address those issues. We've been working, cutting roots, doing everything we can to make the sidewalk accessible. The larger issue with these trees, coupled with the existing outdoor cafes at those 4 specific venues, is that the roots are pushing the sidewalk up. The sidewalk cafes exist, and as they push the bricks up closer and closer, we've now created a very narrow trip hazard between each of the 4 trees and the sidewalk cafe. To give you a little closer detail of what we're looking at, so this is the survey we did to give you an idea of where the property lines lie. So this is Southeast First Avenue. I'll do the First Avenue side first. This is the face of the building. This red line is the face of the building, and the city right-of-way line is just off of the edge of the building. The red line here denotes the outdoor cafe at Emiliano's, which is constructed with brick. This is one of the 2 trees that's creating the trip hazard issue, making it a trip hazard and difficult for accessibility for somebody's mobility challenged to get past it in this area. This is the 20-inch live oak in front of Harry's. This is Harry's perimeter, and this is the awning on the front of Harry's building. And this tree you can see the shape of the tree well. This tree has completely encompassed the tree well. It's pushing out the curb here, it's pushing up the bricks out here, and it's pushing up the bricks back here towards the front of Harry's. The other 2 trees on Southeast First Street, and I'm an engineer, so it's difficult for me to look at things when north isn't up, so bear with me while I get unconfused. This is one of the 2 trees. It's right at the line between the Havana Wine and Cigar Bar and Lillian's Music Store. And this is the brick barrier in front of Lillian's Sidewalk Cafe. And this red line is the wrought iron barrier in front of the Havana Cigar Bar. And this blue line is the awning on that building. And the 2 trees in question here are the 10-inch Shoemart oak right here, and it has pressed up the roots here to make this area right here a trip hazard, and accessibility is very difficult. And the 17-inch Shoemart oak here, similarly, this is probably one of the worst case scenarios. because of the distance between this tree and here and the bricks that have been pushed up. And so that's a complete overview of the trees. The Public Works Department truly intends to manage the urban forest in the best way possible. Sometimes trees, pedestrians, and sidewalk cafes conflict. One of the other issues that exists here is some of these trees and outdoor cafes were permitted before the Americans with Disability Act was implemented or has been modified. So at the time that they were implemented, it did not necessarily apply. And the final note I will make is that Public Works strives to follow the tree code when working in the right-of-way. Occasionally, to preserve the public safety, we must remove trees to get that safety balance. We have to maintain public safety above all else, especially in this litigious society. And with that, I'm open to any questions, or if you want an additional presentation from Mr. Persons.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if Mr. Persons could come up
Sure.
and.
We'll get to you at public comment.
Good afternoon, Andrew Person, Special Advisor to the City Manager. I think Mr. Mann did a great job. The only thing I would add is, if you recall, about 2 years ago, staff from Sustainable Development brought a text amendment to your land development code related to outdoor cafes, attempting to address some of the issues that we were experiencing and had heard about, not just downtown but other areas in town where we have outdoor eating on our sidewalks or in our right-of-way. So we actually brought an amendment to the code that was approved by the commission, which removed the requirement for physical barriers for between seating, outdoor seating, and the general sidewalk. Those were effectuated with some changes to state law which occurred, which no longer required those railings or physical boundaries. So the city moved forward and changed our code to match that. We have had some examples in town of businesses since the city changed the code, which have removed physical railings from the sidewalk. Papa Top, which is most proximate. If you recall, they used to have some outdoor railings along the side of the business. They took those out and replaced them with some additional seating. One thing to note on the Sidewalk Cafe, we also changed, in addition to removing the requirement for railings, we also expanded how much seating could be outside to allow for some additional opportunities that the code didn't allow for previously, which is if you have like a restaurant adjacent to maybe an office building that has different hours, that the sidewalk cafe portion could expand seating out into those adjacent spaces when the restaurant was open. And then just to reiterate what both the manager and Mr. Mann said, the issue with the applicability of code, your land development code, which is in the Code of Ordinances, which is Chapter 30, deals exclusively with property that's either public or private property related to development. So when the city is putting on our developer hat, which we do periodically, if we're building a new park through Wild Spaces, or we're have leased property that we're making improvements or changes or construction to through CRA, we follow the code like that. The land development code, which is Chapter 30 of your entire Code of Ordinances, applies. In this case, because this is the right-of-way, and the city is acting in its capacity to manage the right-of-way related to public safety, that falls under Chapter 23 of the Code of Ordinances, which is a separate chapter, and the land development code in that case is inapplicable to this issue. So ultimately, this is it's not so much a process or this board or that board or this committee. It's more of a public safety issue, and then ultimately, as the mayor alluded to, a decision about sort of what's the best outcome here, given the different levers that we have to pull with the issue. Thank you.
Madam Manager? Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Manager and staff. I do just want I have a couple questions if Mr. Mann would be capable, or I think it's more Mr. Mann than Mr. Persons in this case, but I will need Mr. Persons eventually. Thanks, Mr. Mann. Question, as far as First Ave and First Street, if you know roughly when were these trees planted?
I do not,
Ballpark.
I do not have the date they were planted. I understand it's been about 40 years ago.
40, okay. So in that time, and you said that they have root wells, in that time, in the last 40 years, has our understanding or our practices and policies revolving around tree planting, right-of-way planting, tree wells, all of that evolved or changed?
Yeah, yes, it has. Our urban forestry staff has worked to identify, and they've worked with GRU staff too, because it's a similar issue with the overhead utilities. We've worked to identify the right tree in the right place and the right kind of tree with the right kind of root for the downtown versus something that's tree goes out to its drip line. Getting a little outside of my area of expertise.
Oh, okay, okay. But it's so far, thank you. So as far as that, because I know you were over at Public Works for a while, would these live oaks be some of those trees that we would be placing downtown now, given what we know now that we probably didn't know 40 years ago?
When we replant trees in the downtown, like we had 18 tree wells downtown that didn't have any trees in them. We replanted them with a bluff oak, which has a different root system that goes more down instead of out.
Okay, which is better because then it's not going to trip
It's
up.
better.
And,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Persons? So just to clarify some things, the text amendment for removing barriers, it removed the requirement, but it can still voluntarily be done.
Correct.
So our ordinance allows it. It says if you want to, you can, but we can't currently order someone to remove it unless we change our code.
Right. What the code stipulates is that sidewalk cafes, because ultimately this is a business, private business, using a portion of the city's right of way for commerce. What is required is essentially an annual permit that is applied for. It comes with a plan which shows where the seating is occurring, and then the city is there's an indemnification requirement where the city's part of the insured for the business. In this case, these outdoor areas, the railings, the brick, has been in place probably longer than the city had a set of regulations dealing with this. And so there's not an annual permit for these, for the existing improvements in the right of way. But nevertheless, they are within the city's right of way. The city is perfectly within its rights to make any changes to our right of way. There's no sort of grandfathering in, if you will, with that. Obviously, we would want to work with any of the businesses if there was any changes there.
Okay, so if they're not grandfathered in, and let me see if I understood, they are not part of the yearly application, or they are?
They are not.
They are not, at least these ones,
Right.
these specific ones, okay. But we could make that change if we were to work with the business, but that's still within our authority.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay. And you said that, and the attorney can chime in, the land development code really applies to development. Right away depends, right away that's a different code. So what side of the sidewalk you're on, that really determines what chapter of law is going to apply and what exemptions, what stipulations, what requirements.
Correct.
Just
right.
because we're just on a different side of the sidewalk, so all these regulations don't apply. Do we have in chapter 23 any stipulations about our trees?
No, I don't believe so. I don't know if Mr. Mann or Mr. Nee have anything to add, but no, generally, it's the city is working in its capacity within the public right of way, which is primarily to provide safe passage for pedestrians and motorists.
Maybe I didn't question that one. Do we have anything at all related to trees, and we will plant these? This is our practice in planting them. we use these kinds of tree wells, they must be this type or this far away.
And I don't want to talk out of turn, but I believe, and I can look back to Brian, I believe we do have some of that information, which is contained within the Public Works Design Manual. Oh, good. Mr. Conster is coming to save me.
Good afternoon. I'm Dave Conser, your city arborist. We have definitely been working with engineered tree wells and planting techniques and planting the right tree in the right place so that we take care of this problem going forward.
Thank you, sir. And I think maybe if you want to expound on the question I asked Mr. Mann, in the last 40-ish years, have we kind of changed our practices or evolved our practices? As I could do something now and then I go 40 years and I'm like, that did not go the best way.
Oh, absolutely. We've learned so many things and we've applied that new knowledge.
So we, not constantly, but regularly update our tree code or anything related to our trees and our policies. We update them as we learn because we just don't know.
Correct. Mostly we update our practices, but yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. And I think just our final question, and I don't know who would, I think the manager sent out a memo on some of the available options that we have right now. And I think it was a succinct summary of our options. I think there are more details and possibilities within each option itself. But that said, it's not an easy one because I love these trees, but I've also tripped on these trees, and on the road and on the sidewalk and all over it. So I understand the position that we're in where we have to balance the interest of everything. That said, I think as far as the current options go, given the manager's memo a while back, I think the option to replace them with something, to take these down, fix the road, and repair the tree well to something more suitable, as we've learned in the last 40 years, I think that might be the best option. I think in prior conversations we've talked about having trees that might be rather than just a 2-inch tree that's like about this thick and only about 10 feet tall, that we could try for something a little more mature that would fill in the canopy a little better to not be such a drastic change from downtown, but something that is root-wise more suitable to the environment. That's not my preferred option here, but I think it's our best option just because it is becoming a problem. What I do want to suggest is, because I see folks here who want to say things and I value that, I do suggest, and we've done it for any other number of things, a workshop of sorts, if possible, just to have. There's a lot of people here today who want to talk and have ideas, and I don't think 3 minutes for each of them is going to be enough. We have a lot of staff that is knowledgeable, and I think in this case, a conversation, communication would go a long way. I think a workshop on what changes have we implemented, what changes does the public think we could implement or consider, what changes have we made and why have we made them, and I think a conversation like that, especially because Gainesville's a tree city and people care, would go really a long way to see what we do moving forward. Because I understand chapter 23, we can do what we need to do to maintain the right of way and safety. That said, practice-wise, how we inform folks, at least to let them know, at least to have opinion, I think that goes a long way. And I'll give an example. I had to ask, which tree are we talking about? And ask staff to take me out to the sidewalk and walk me through to see. Because I spend too much of my time in this building, and maybe I just don't know what tree we're talking about. But there are individuals who live in neighborhoods, who live by certain roads, who live by certain trees. They will know. They know daily, from daily constant interaction, what that environment is on the ground. There's stuff that we just don't know because we're not in that environment daily. So I'm currently of the opinion of it's not the best choice, but it is, I think, the choice we need to make is to remove these, replace them with better but more mature trees so the canopy tries to stay as close to what it is now, but something that will be safer for the streets, and then have a conversation shortly in the future. I won't say when because staff is busy. Some kind of workshop or community conversation on just what we do with these practices. Because if I understand it, in 40 years, longer than I've been alive, we've been changing the policy. We had policy and have changed it longer than I've been walking this earth. I think it's important that our community knows what that is, where it applies, where it doesn't. And I think we can get some pretty valuable feedback on what their preferences would be. And then we can tell them why. I've learned one thing is if we explain to folks why we do things, it goes a long way towards assuaging a lot of anger, where we're just explaining why we're doing something. So for example, a lot of the emails we got said like, your land development code. This does not fall under land development code, it falls under 23. This is why we're doing it. So it's not we're ignoring the public, we're ignoring the tree board, it's just a different part of law. I think having that explanation go out does a lot of good, just so we're not just doing what we want. It's just a different area of law. So to end my rambling, I do think just, that's my preferred choice at this point. A replacement, so removal, reconstruction of the sidewalk on the road, and then a replacement that is more appropriate. And then sometime in the future, having some kind of conversation where our neighbors can tell us we can explain our current practices, our best practices. They can give opinion on that, and we can see if there is anything we need to improve upon, whether it be communication or choice of trees. And I think I've met more arborists and landscape architects and all kinds of tree people in the last like 3 months than I did the rest of my life. There's talent and knowledge out there. We could tap into it, we can have that conversation sometime shortly to set better precedents. I don't think any of us want this repeated the next time there's a situation. So I think having that communication and opportunity might go a long way to kind of set a new precedent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Person and Mr. Mann. I would say that this is a pretty interesting issue. I like to use the word complex. It's not competing interests, it's probably complementary interests and things that will make downtown vibrant and welcoming for all. And part of that is, in fact, the canopy. I would just say because there's so many people here and they're probably very passionate, regardless of their view, I'd be very interested in hearing some of them to kind of help inform our decision. And I don't know what kind of time will be allowed for that, but certainly if it does go a little bit long, I'd welcome going a little long to hear the people in the gallery and what their passion is. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. So the way we normally do this, and I should have explained this earlier, normally, because many of y'all are new to the meetings, we go through and make sure we do a round or so of questions and comments from commissioners, and then we try to go out to a public comment, and then we come back for whatever that spurs, whether that be a motion or not. I don't have any more lights, but I just want to make a couple of comments, and then we'll get ready for public comment. So, Madam Clerk, you want to get ready for that? Again, I will point out that my concern here is making sure, first, that people who don't move about as easily on their feet as I am blessed to be able to do, can use these sidewalks and can access the businesses that exist there. We all know people, some of us closer than others, who don't leave their house unless they're in a chair. Right now, it's really hard for anybody using a wheelchair, motorized or otherwise, to use those public conveyances. You can't use that sidewalk if you're in a motorized wheelchair. Probably can't use it if you're in a wheelchair that's being pushed. That needs to be solved. There are multiple avenues to be able to solve that, and that's what I hope we're focused on. There are other issues that are part of this, but that's at the core of it. If it were not for that, we would be having the discussion. So that is the problem before us that needs to be solved. I love the idea of having a workshop and getting a checklist that is up to date, that is modern, because this is not the last time we're going to experience this issue. There are other places where trees that were planted 40 years ago are in complementary conflict with the things that we're trying to accomplish otherwise. And we want to be able to solve those without having commission meetings to do it. So with that said, let's go to public comment, and then hopefully we'll have some more comments and hopefully a motion or something in between. Madam Clerk, do you know about how many comments we have? Okay. I would ask, you're going to get 3 minutes each. You deserve that. But I would ask that if somebody's already said exactly what you're going to say, it's okay to wave your hand and say, I agree. You don't have to use the full 3 minutes. If you want to, it's yours. And I will tell you that when you walk up there, there's a light system. The green light will come on when you get there. That means you have plenty of time. When you get a yellow light, it means you have 1 minute left. And when you get to red, I'm going to start asking you to please stop. So, all right. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have Abigail Puden, followed by Jonathan Puden, and Margaret D. I can't pronounce the last name.
So is that Abigail, the first one there, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Abigail, come on down. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
You want to pull that down towards you there? Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor Ward, City Commissioners. The young people you see here before you are all members of the Alachua County 4-H CAPE Group, which stands for Community Action Projects for the Environment. For the past year, we have been learning about Gainesville's trees and working with various groups to help preserve this incredible part of our community. Gainesville has long been a role model for tree policy, and we want to keep it that way. Trees are incredibly beneficial to our community, providing habitat, erosion control, water quality, filtration, shade, mental health benefits, and beauty. Now more than ever, it is critical to protect and restore our trees as they sequester carbon dioxide, provide an important buffer against storms, and keep our city cool under increasing temperatures. We have recently expressed our concern about the 2 live oak heritage trees that are posted for removal downtown. We want our downtown to be accessible, and we see multiple solutions that would both preserve the trees and ensure accessibility. So the roots could be pruned, and you could also expand rooting space, especially if those trees do end up being cut down. It's critical that the root boxes, that the rooting wells, the tree wells they are given are of adequate space. However, this issue does extend far beyond those 2 beloved trees. The Public Works Department, being exempt from the Land Development Code, could significantly imperil the future of our trees. This policy could undo decades of progress Gainesville has made as a leading tree city and tree city of the world now. Citizens should have a say in deciding the future of our city's trees and have a dialogue with the experts on the Tree Appeals Board, and that should include public right-of-ways, because there are very often viable alternatives to tree removal, and those need the chance to be addressed. As I'm sure we can agree, Public Works should be working to improve, not remove the tree canopy. We stand before our great city commission at a crucial nexus in the future of our beautiful city of Gainesville, because it is the coexistence of trees and people that make our city so beautiful, and it is our representatives acting on the will of the people, like you all have expressed, that make them great. So we implore you to hold Public Works to the Land Development Code in the future so that we honor the due processes Gainesville deserves and preserve trees that form our special and distinctive city in a forest. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We don't. So I love that people want to come be a part of this, and I really appreciate it. It takes courage to do this. We don't do applause because we also don't do jeering. So please don't do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My name is Jonathan Pruden. I am, first and foremost, the proud father of Abigail and William Pruden. But secondly, I am a wounded warrior. I work for Wounded Warrior Project. I've done advocacy on accessibility and disability rights for the past 15 years. I'm on the board of the Center for Independent Living here in Gainesville, and spent over 3 years in a wheelchair myself after losing my leg in combat. So I'm intimately aware of the challenges associated with accessibility on those sidewalks. I walked those sidewalks, measured each of the planter systems and the trees down there, and I do believe very firmly that there are ways by adding a couple traces of bricks, doing some root pruning, to keep the majority of those trees there. The planters in front of Lillian's are legacy planters, those big brick ones. They've been there for 40 years. They actually take a lot of the patio space up there. Adding a single rail would allow them to move it 4 inches, giving 36 inches of width, which is the accessible standard for the ADA for public sidewalks, and maintain that legacy oak there. In front of Harry's, there's currently 44 inches between the trimmed edge of the roots and the barricade to the left. That is completely adequate and in compliance with ADA currently. The ones down, the further one down from Lillian's, where it's at an angle, it could be made accessible and in compliance again by removing that big brick planter that's there. Much like Harry's has done, they have rails so it doesn't eat up as much of the sidewalk space. The parking concerns are legitimate. The irregularities in front of the large oak there need to be addressed, but I feel like there's a more nuanced way to approach these things by removing bricks, grading the roots, and it admittedly will require maintenance over time. As Abigail said, I do feel strongly that the public works, it shouldn't be because staff thought it was a good idea to come and bring this before the commission or to the public. It should be regulated that when public works sees a tree that needs to be removed, it should go before the panel of experts in the tree mitigation board for assessment, because you have folks that know how we can meet the intent of maintaining our canopy while maintaining accessibility. And I appreciate the challenges inherent in this. Appreciate you hearing out all these good folks today.
Thank
I'll
you.
yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thanks. Who's next? Welcome.
Welcome. Oh, thank you. Hi. So I am Margaret Delisle, and I'm from Micanopy. I come to Gainesville every single day, and as somebody who has lived here for 2 years, I have talked to many of the people of my age demographic, the mid-20s to the early 30s, most of them who have been locals their whole lives. Normally I write something beautiful and sweet, but honestly at this point, I'm tired. My friends are tired. We're all tired of the fact that our futures are being sold away to us, torn down, razed, replaced with concrete. It is extraordinarily and deeply painful to come to such a beautiful city that marks itself on culture, nature, and the fact that it is a tree city, while every single day more and more trees are cut down, more and more buildings are torn down, and what is replaced with are corporations, developments, and student apartments that are going to turn into slum apartments in the next 10 years. These are our futures. These are our children who have to grow up with the knowledge that there won't be trees for them to shade them, that the air that they breathe will be poison, and that every single aspect of what makes life worth living will be taken away so that they can work slave wages that are not going to give them any sort of meaning, and they're not going to find it in the streets, and they're not going to find it outside of that. Because every single opportunity to make an actual big change that would actually address the problems, instead, the city government, the county government, the state government, and the country have all decided to take the easy option, the one that is going to be the most immediately beneficial, but in the long run is going to lead to more and more trees being torn down. You look at the parking lot that is across from Lucy's with its live oaks, and those are in danger as well. I appreciate the fact that this is a new commission, and I appreciate the fact that you cannot be held accountable for the actions that came before you. But as you have the option to make decisions now, it is quite possible to restructure the roads and make Gainesville more of a walkable city as opposed to one that requires automobiles, which are only going to further the causing of trees to be torn, especially when you drive to the Gulf Coast and for miles and miles and miles you see the carcasses of trees that aren't even being used for anything laying there. This is a Florida problem, this is a Gainesville problem, this is a country problem, And I really do appreciate the evenness with which you're handling it. But the simple solution is not the solution that's going to work. It's going to take money. It's going to take a lot of forethought. But I think that that is the only option forward. Because these kids in 20 years, what are they going to have to live for if you take all of it away? Thank you.
Betsy Hurst, followed by Matthew Hurst, and Angela Wilson.
Welcome, Ms. Hurst.
Hello, Commissioners. Good afternoon. I'm glad to see that the issue has come to the City Commissioners. I grew up here, so Seiko, I have more than 40 years experience, and I grew up in a time when the live oak trees were valued. If you look at the county administration building across the street that replaced the historic courthouse, you can see the gigantic live oak tree on the corner. I am hoping that you will work out, and I've heard the great solutions, and I really appreciate the speakers, to redo the sidewalk. And we walked last night kind of accidentally after we were at a planning commission meeting and went to find a place to eat and didn't realize the former Miliano's was closed. We had somebody homeless who was a little more friendly than he should have been, and all those shuttered businesses right there. I didn't realize how large the live oak tree was. I've taken many photographs, and I was hoping somebody would show you the photographs if you haven't gone across the street down there and seen the trees. The one in front of the former Miliano's, right near the railing that they put out, is very large. But yes, there is space. I saw that. But I don't want to use up all my 3 minutes. I want to first read you a letter. I'm the Environmental Issues Chair for the Gainesville Women's Club, and I'm sure you all hopefully had time to read the letter that we sent. I know it was sent by email and by mail. Dear Mayor Ward, Gainesville City Commissioners, and City Manager, it has been brought to our attention that 2 of the heritage live oak trees on Southeast First Avenue in front of Harry's and the former Miliano's restaurant are in jeopardy of being removed. As an active service organization in Gainesville for the past 120 years, we have advocated for many issues and causes, including protecting the live oak trees downtown. And we have newspaper stories that show that. We have been informed that these 2 healthy heritage-sized trees and possibly others have been slated for removal due to proposed changes for street or replants. Knowledgeable arborists have shared that the removal plan has been moving forward despite the provisions of the Gainesville Tree Ordinance adopted by the City Commission Land Development Board. As you probably are aware, the city created the Tree Advisory Board over 30 years ago to advise the Commission hear appeals regarding trees supposed to be removed from public property, as is the case with these 2 heritage-sized live oak trees. These trees were posted twice, etc. Unfortunately, I can see a light. This has not been scheduled, but I am so excited that it has been scheduled. And I hope that you will realize the benefit of the shade. Maybe some of you have been to Madison, Wisconsin. My husband's from there. The downtown, I see your beautiful historic area. After I went to the Tree Advisory Board, I decided to walk that whole area. And I was amazed and pleased. When trees are valued and appreciated, we all benefit. And people who might want to eat down there would benefit from the shade and not from a new twig being planted. Thank you very much.
Dear Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. One thing I want to point out, several years ago, there was a lot of observational data that came out showing an inverse correlation between a community or a region of a community's tree canopy and heart attacks and strokes among the citizens that live there. And it's not always clear exactly what the direct mechanism of causation is. That type of study can't prove causation, but here it does get very hot at 2, 3, 4, 5 p.m. For about 6, 7, 8 months a year. And a lot of people, especially people who are mobility impaired, are going to be the people who are going to benefit the most from the shade. So I think there's an important public safety benefit to having large canopy trees that provide that shade. And my concern is that you remove the trees, it's going to be decades before you have that back. And part of the reason I came here today is it's not just these 4 trees. The same situation is going to arise again. My suggestion, I think the best solution, really the only solution, is to go back to the restaurants there that are having the outdoor seating areas. And while I think outdoor seating is a great thing in those areas where you have these large trees that have outgrown their root area, to go ahead and work with those restaurants and relocate that seating. And if you need to make arrangements, they can have seating a little further down the street in front of an office that's closed in the evening, to have that flexibility to do that, so that they can hopefully still have the same amount of seating, but at the same time allow full use of the sidewalk where you have the trees in those situations, and go ahead and if necessary, take up the bricks for that part of the sidewalk that's next to the tree to expand the root well. If you need to give up a few parking places downtown, likewise to expand the well for the tree, that would also be the solution. That would allow you to keep the trees. It would allow us to have a safe and accessible sidewalk for everybody to use. And hopefully we can work with the restaurants to relocate their seating, again, if you need to do a little bit further down, but so they can still keep about the same amount of seating. So thank you very much, and I hope we can come up with a solution that preserves the trees and allows people to get through the sidewalk.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I have Angela Wilson, followed by Gina Hawkins and Larson McBride.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, City Commission. My name is Angela Wilson, and I own Arbor Conscious Tree Service here in Gainesville. I agree with what has already been said before me by my constituents, and I understand the danger of a trip hazard, but I disagree with the way this situation was handled. These trees are living beings, and they deserve our respect. This action gives Public Works too much power, and they are not tree people, or they're not tree working professionals. They are obviously engineers, and they do care about the safety for us as people, but I think that involving the public, like we've had some great comments earlier, and including the Gainesville public in this decision would be a great, moving forward with the workshop would be a great idea. And that's all I wanted to say, was that we should involve the public more.
Thank you.
Gina Hawkins, followed by Lawson McBride and John Shepard.
Hi, my name is Gina Hawkins, and I have just a couple of questions for you. One of them is, I heard a lot of references to trip hazards there, and I'm just curious, have there been any accidents?
We have litigation against us right now.
But I know, when we talk about traffic safety, I was on the community traffic safety team, we talk about warrants. I mean, is there a number? I'm just curious. I just want to get an idea of the breadth of this issue.
Mr. Attorney, can you tell us how much, we spoke earlier about recent judgment against us. What was that dollar figure?
No, absolutely. Well, that was just a couple blocks from here, and that was related to a gentleman using one of those micro-mobility scooters on the sidewalk, which was deemed to be a reasonable expected use of the sidewalk. Whether I think it's reasonable or not, it's neither here nor there. But in any event, the verdict, I think, was $700,000 plus, which would be reduced to $200,000 for judgment, but still substantial. And the fact is, regardless of whether we had that verdict or not, we have an obligation, a legal obligation, to ensure that the sidewalks and roadways are maintained in a reasonably safe fashion for the reasonable expected uses of them. And I've spent a career defending these cases, and if there's a hazard that we know or should know about, and if you have a 40-year-old live oak next to a sidewalk, you darn well should know that it's going to be popping up the sidewalks, then you're going to be held liable when, well, one, people will get hurt, and when they do, you're going to be held liable for it.
Thank you.
Okay. And there are a lot of people here who know when they see me out in public that I help several people manage their wheelchairs and other implements, I'll say, of inability, because they aren't disabled, they have a disability, but there are ways. And, between my mother, my mother-in-law, my friend Craig, we frequent these places, and we know that there are alternative entrances to all these places. So that's one way we do it. Another way we do it is we cross the street to take advantage of the shade that's there, but also to keep safe. I mean, there are ways to do that. And I guess I've heard a lot of references to the exceptions that are being made. I'm really pleased that people brought up the question of do we continue to allow businesses to use that public right-of-way or not? But I appreciate your time today, and thank you.
Larson McBride, followed by Don Shepard and Alan West.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Larson McBride. I'm a member of the Tree Advisory Board, but I'm speaking here today as a private citizen. But I am here to remind you, as a private citizen, that you have a Tree Advisory Board. And we're always open to advising you on issues just like this. That Tree Advisory Board has recently updated the code which governs how the Tree Mitigation Fund can be spent. It's passed the City Planning Board's approval unanimously. It'll soon come to you for final approval. And in those codes is a provision that the Public Works Director, Brian Singleton, implored us to include, which allows for the use of tree mitigation funds to be spent on projects just like this, where the preservation or the installation of trees in infrastructure-related projects is deemed relevant and suitable. Not only that, I'm under the impression from personnel in Public Works as well as other departments in the city of Gainesville that this block is set to become a streetery, or at least a hybrid streetery, in the very near future. So the parking changes, the trees would probably be able to be accommodated for that reason. And then on top of that, as you've heard, the railings for the outdoor seating at Harry's is in the public right-of-way. And so you should, determine definitely, do you own that railing? I mean, if someone installs it in the city right-of-way, is it yours now? Just because they put it there, does that mean that it's theirs and they can do whatever they want with it? That railing and the root ball of the tree are 6 inches shy of the ADA minimum requirement for clearance. So we could cut down a 45, 50-year-old tree, or we could move railing that very well could belong to you 6 inches to the south. Harry's can keep their outdoor seating. The hybrid streetery goes forward. You lose the parking spaces anyway. Money from the tree mitigation fund, which developers have paid into in good faith that it'll be used to beautify and benefit the community in which they're developing, can be used to find a solution that works for everybody. And as for the process of tree appeals, the posting of trees, whether or not Chapter 30 governs how Public Works handles situations like this, I would urge you to direct Public Works to continue to operate under provisions in Chapter 30, because that is the only part of the code that has provisions specifically for maintaining trees, as opposed to Chapter 23. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don Shepard, followed by Alan West and Meg Niederoffer.
Welcome, Mr. Shepard.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Don Shepard, the People's Representative, and I'm making my duty to go to all the meetings and gather information, so when I'm asked questions by the public, I can answer them. And this is another question that I've asked by many people, and also I find myself, when we had forum meetings at these places like Charles and several places where they've installed these railings in front of the restaurants for more seating arrangement, that it has hindered the people. And also, now that they have the trees in the front of the property, that also hinders the walking safety of the public. This here was a big issue through our city commission forums, our mayor forums. Forums are where people gather at a place and they can sign for that commissioner or mayor to take office. And that's what a forum is. And so I want to say is that this tree advisory board needs to be heard more. I haven't been to a tree advisory board meeting in a while, but that is because of transportation, and my wife's health. But I think that they should be having a film to bring to the commission so that people that are in the public, like the gathering we have here today, can take and see what we're talking about when we talk about it. So that they get a good outlook of what we need to make those changes and what is going to happen when we make these changes for the safety of the public. And I have a glitch about these trees being in the sidewalks on University Ave, because you cannot go down University Ave there to go to McDonald's or go to the university without having to weave in and out of these trees because there's not enough sidewalk. So I'd like that to be looked into, and I'd like to hear about what are we going to do to make more accessibility to the safety of the public. That's about all I have, sir. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ellen West, followed by Meg Niederhofer and Robert Hutchinson.
Welcome, Ms. West.
Thank you. My name's Ellen West. I've lived in the Gainesville area since 1966, coming up for college and staying. And right now I feel like a traitor because I live in the county, not the city. And I've recently watched the corner of 34th Street and Williston Road, that area being devastated and the forest totally wiped, and getting our third car wash put there. I don't want to see this happen to Gainesville. And just like the folks before me, and especially this gentleman and the gentleman that just spoke, there are ways to work around this. And I am handicapped. I'm parked in one of your handicap spots out there. And we go to Harry's and park down the street. We go to the Hippodrome. And since the city has become totally bombarded by signs, it seems like we could use a use caution sign or something there at the tricky spots. But I think the idea of moving the outdoor seating back off the sidewalks is the best idea. Are we going to be environment friendly and tree friendly, or a bit of business friendly? It's not fair. So I didn't expect to speak, or I would have been more eloquent, but not really, I guess. But I really want to applaud the kids here and say, please think of a workshop that the Commissioner Seiko brought up so we can explore this more. There's got to be a better way than cutting down a heritage tree. Thank you.
Thank you. You're plenty eloquent. Welcome, Ms. Niederhofer.
Hi, my name is Meg Niederhofer. Traditionally, right-of-way trees have been posted, and the meetings that took place between the members of the Tree Appeals Board and the citizens and staff built understanding. A lot of the problems we're experiencing in this particular situation might have been solved if you just scheduled the Tree Appeals Board meeting. The procedures that have brought us here are based on the fact that Public Works feels they're only bound by the provisions in Chapter 23, which mentions trees twice. Once under the definition of waste, and the other time saying that the trees shall not, that there shall be no tree cut without written permission of the city manager. That allows an awful lot of leeway. In 2010, we had 60,000 trees on the public right-of-way. I think people care about all of them. And the procedure that brought us here today establishes a new precedent. Therefore, I think I would like to present you with this motion that I wish you would consider, to ask the city attorney to include to prepare a code change so that Chapter 23 will bind the city itself to the procedures in the Land Development Code that protect trees. The rule of law and due process really matters. Right now, we have a great commission, an excellent city manager, good administrative staff, a fine city arborist. It may not always be that way. Circumstances change. And if we honor the code, we stand a better chance of holding ourselves together as a community we value. And with that, I'm going to pass the copies of the motion.
Thank you. I know this guy.
Mostly local government doesn't break things that are already fixed. We leave that to state legislators and so forth. So I hope you don't do that here. I agree with most of what's been said. I've got a unique perspective in that I kind of studied the history of tree wells. I was the downtown redevelopment director, the CRA director, in the early 90s, and some of the trees that we're talking about here today were put in by my predecessor, the tree wells were, and the trees. And we learned a lot in a few years about how those didn't work. One of the things that Gainesville did was we redesigned the actual grates that go on them, sent them to the Neenah foundry, and they became known as the Gainesville tree wells, which are now the standard tree wells in cities all over the country. Much narrower slots so that canes, high heels, and wheelchair wheels wouldn't slide into them. So then I became the contractor for a downtown streetscaping project that did 10 blocks. Think of the blocks on University Avenue from the state attorney's office up to the corner, actually almost to City Hall. And in those tree wells, we improved the situation. We made more room down below. We aerated, made it possible to aerate the soil. All of them were irrigated, which actually encourages roots to go deeper. We made a number of improvements, but since then, there's been a third generation of tree wells in the city. And probably the best place to see those is in the 700 or 800 block of West University Avenue. That's what the city needs to do as part of a plan to redo the downtown streetscapes, many of which are now 40 plus years old, is make sure that the tree wells that you put in meet those modern standards that allow for aeration, distribution of water, room for the roots. They are much less likely to heave. The first generation of tree wells were actually, of sidewalks were actually concrete sidewalks with bricks on top, which is one of the reasons the roots had nowhere to go. And they're coming back to the tree well just for some water and air. So we learned that lesson in generation 2, but generation 3 of tree wells really improves things. I will also say that it's possible that a lot of these trees were put in with city money. We had grants to businesses to be able to put those in. And part of what I also remember is that all of those downtown restaurants are there as a result of 1-year license agreements that you guys can renew every year or change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, our final speaker is Jeffrey Shapiro.
Well, I expected to speak about GRU a little bit, but I fully support the preservation of our trees downtown. I think you've had some great suggestions as to what you might be able to do and how you might be able to study further what to do. About GRU, I was at the meeting at Tallahassee last Friday and spoke there, and I think that I think this is a rather it's an inopportune and a untimely move by our state legislators from this area to force us to begin to dissociate the city from GRU, and I think that's a very dangerous proposition. I think there are a lot of possible alternatives. It's a very complicated situation, and it involves a lot of budgetary problems as well as some things that were not heard apparently by the committee at Tallahassee.
And I know you're gonna roll this back into the trees, right?
Well, anyway, I do agree that our city does a good job. I really stand behind our city government and behind the commission. I think the commissions in general have done a great job, including with the difficult problem of the biomass plant. I think they're it put us in a difficult situation in the long run. But I think the city has worked very hard to remedy the initial problem that was created by the biomass plant, which is a good idea, and I saw it in operation just a few weeks ago. It does a good job. So I disagree with those who disparage it. And I do think the city can solve problems like this, which are, part of it may be budgetary. That's another layer. But I would like to see our city work on the tree problem and be able to preserve our trees to the best possible. We were a tree city, and I fear that that's going by the wayside. I don't like to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shapiro. Before we go back to the commission and Commissioner Sacco, I want to point out just a couple of things. First of all, we did, by my count, 13 speakers, and all of you stayed under 3 minutes, so it is possible. Thank you. I would point out as well that unless things have changed this year, we are still a tree city. We still have that designation. Last time we did a study, the city of Gainesville had the highest percentage of tree canopy of any city in Florida. That's a low bar, but it's still real. So when we go out and we say, "Oh, we're not a tree city anymore," hold on, let's rethink. It's easy to go across the bridge to hyperbole there, and I don't want us to do that. I want us to appreciate what we have here. And part of what we have here is a pretty amazing conversation about 4 trees. So, and I know that it's bigger than that. I get it. You don't have to correct me. But it really is a conversation about 4 trees and how that impacts downtown and further impacts our city. So thank you all for where we've come thus far. I would point out also and remind everyone that we do have a city arborist who has already spoken with us. We are not rolling out bulldozers to make decisions without having given it some thought by actual tree professional. So let's keep that in mind as we go forward. I appreciate everyone's input to this point. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, everyone. I do have one question. I think our I don't know if our arborist or Mr. Singleton, I don't know if we need an arborist or an engineer for this question, possibly both. But if, let's say, we were to cut back the roots, I was informed that's not the ideal situation, that we've already done that a few times, and we're getting to a point where it stops being helpful and stops being viable the more we cut back. That was the information I received. That said, let's say we cut back the roots, let's say we move the barriers, how long until new root growth puts us right back where we are right now? Okay, it's the arborist, not the engineer.
So I cannot say absolutely certain how long it'll be before we'll be back doing further work on tree roots. I can tell you that, in my professional opinion, it'll be somewhere between 5 and 20 years. It could be less. Trees are wonderfully unique, just like us. And so different trees do things differently. And you can see that looking at tree wells where some trees' roots are banged way up real high and some that are diving pretty well. So I cannot say for absolute certain.
But it will-
It is not a permanent solution to grind the roots.
I think that's the point I was trying to get at, that we will at some point come back to the same issue, even if we move 6 inches closer to the building, the roots will go that direction at some point and get further into the sidewalk, further closer to the building, or further into the road.
Correct.
Like that's gonna keep happening.
Correct. We'll be back taking care of roots again in that situation.
As far as cutting back the roots, let's say we do, it buys us some time. As far as cutting back the roots, in your professional opinion, is that one of the better options we have, or the removal, the replacement with a more suitable tree?
I'm going to leave the decisions about what happens to the tree to my superiors.
Dang it.
You know, because I work for the city manager, I work for Public Works, and I'm going to defer as far as the decision about what happens there. I can give you my professional opinion about roots and situations
Sure,
like
let's have
that.
that one. Would it be possible to cut back the roots at this point and buy some time?
In my professional opinion, that could be done, but that doesn't solve the entire accessibility issue for these trees.
Because it's still, I think that the sidewalk is still messed up, it's still too close, it's still too small a space, correct?
Yeah, correct, yeah. There's the whole issue of the right tree in right place. These trees have gotten big, and so they're impinging on the outdoor seating.
Is there a species of tree that we could use as a replacement that could come from a nursery at a suitable size? I'm not talking about like a 6-foot sapling, but something much bigger that would root well or healthy?
Absolutely. For instance, Mr. Mann mentioned the bluff oak as a species does a much more capable job of keeping its roots down low. We've planted a lot of bluff oaks downtown. They're doing really, really well. And they tend to not ride their roots on top of the surface as other trees do.
Do those, I guess, I know there's a diminishing returns on how mature the tree is versus being able to transplant really well. Roughly how close or how tall could these trees be before we kind of reach that maximum capacity?
When we start talking about some of our engineering tree well situations, engineered soils, and some of the latest, most innovative ideas, you can put a large tree in some of these spots. Now, where we put those trees is a decision made in the entirety of Public Works and City Hall. But you can bring in ball and burlap trees that are 6 inches in diameter and 15 to 18 feet tall. You can even bring in really big trees. If you're willing to spend some money, you can bring in 12-inch diameter trees. But that requires some special work to do that, and I cannot promise you that where we can do that and where we can't. That would be kind of up to the engineering folks.
Mr. Singleton?
Good afternoon, Brian Singleton, Acting Public Works Director. Just a little bit to add on what Dave was saying. We're talking about 4 trees. When we're looking at pruning roots and trimming roots, we look at how close those roots are to the trunk of that tree. 3 of the 4 trees, we do have the potential to maybe trim. Will it damage the trees? Will they survive? We don't know. One of those trees, pruning and trimming is simply not an option. Something else has to be done for accessibility. When we're talking about replanting and looking at opportunities to replace the trees, we are looking at locations where there is enough space to provide a healthy environment for the trees. At these particular exact locations, we could not plant back large size hardy trees without changing the landscape of the hardscape. We are, like as Dave mentioned before, working on a new updated engineered tree well to go into our design manual that will be required for our own planting purposes and for our development projects. We are also working on a comprehensive urban forestry update to bring to you, so we can talk about where we've been, where we're going, and what our plans are for the future with our tree canopy and maintaining our tree canopy. One of those items, as Larson, Mr. McBride brought up, we are going to bring forward some proposed code revisions to assist with situations similar to these where we would have other funding opportunities, so that we can ensure that we maintain our tree canopy in the city. It is one of our highest priorities is to maintain our tree canopy. However, it is very difficult with the amount of space we have left in our right-of-ways and ensuring that we have safe accessibility for all of our users in the community.
That actually gave me more questions. The new tree well design, when is the ETA on that?
We received the final submittal, I think, a week or two ago. We are working through that review process with both our urban forester and our arborist, and making sure it's constructible. We need to get feedback from our community on the tree well. So I'm depending on your calendar and your schedule, we hope to bring that back sometime this summer.
Okay. Let's say late summer. Oh. Okay. And as far as the urban forest update, that is going through the tree board and working in conjunction with the tree board, correct?
Correct. We will discuss our entire urban forestry program, what our goals and objectives are, and how we go about doing our work.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm trying to see if I had any other questions. Thank you both. So I think, given the answers, I'm going to propose something that we're already doing with a different board. So the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, because we have a policy change that we want to put out, we tasked that board with having community conversations and just getting feedback, kind of, this is staff's proposal, show it to the public gives feedback, and the feedback has been on the proposal and other things around it, all the same. All the feedback's coming back through staff and the board. That feedback is being kind of summarized now and put into something legible, because it's a lot of feedback from different areas. And that report will be given to us eventually as full board, staff, and community recommendation. I would ask that prior to that urban forest update, we do something similar with the tree board. We have folks who are knowledgeable, we have staff that is knowledgeable and can go alongside, have that same conversation. Because I know we'd probably get community feedback, but I've also seen how we just send out an email or put out an alert somewhere. Like, we would like feedback, we get very little. If we make it more accessible and more than just one hidden somewhere wherever we post things or notice things, opportunity for a community like we did today, we will have folks contribute to that and give us probably a more holistic view on what we're doing. I don't want that to delay the forest update, but I do think it would be a more deliberate, holistic look and conversation to the topic. Because the public should be part of that conversation. Like, we're a tree city, we love our trees. I personally overplanted too many trees on my property, but I love them. I also made sure to measure my property line to make sure it's nowhere near my fence, because then it would hurt me to cut it down. So I think having that conversation with the public is probably the most valuable, because I think the mayor said it, it's about 4 trees, but it also isn't. It's not about these 4 trees. It's what we do next year when there's another sidewalk 5 blocks away. Like, what do we do? We're not going to come back here again. Like, I definitely don't want us to come back here again. I'm sure you guys don't want to have to come back here again. So I will agree that this commission won't always be up here. This manager won't always be up here. I'm a little squeamish of policies that say just direct to like city manager and let them do. I like having guidelines, not necessarily set rules, but guidelines and circles of options within our code. So if this is possible, attempt X. If that is not possible, look to Y. And if that's not possible, look to Z. I like to list out preferred options. We're not going to get those preferred options or best practices up here today, because none of us are gonna know those. That has to go back to staff. And I get the feeling that's gonna come possibly in our urban forest update, but I don't know. So I really do think my preferred choice here, and being given the information that we just received about the potential for roots. Do you want a motion now? Do you want me to go, wait for everyone? Just gonna be cases.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and
Cool.
put the motion on the table.
I'm gonna be thinking it out loud, so work with me. My proposal is the one tree that we know for a fact cannot be mitigated, we remove. The three others that we think have potential, we're not sure if they'll die after we try to fix the roots, but we can attempt it. And it may buy us some time while we work on this, cut back the roots to where we think it is possible. That may buy us time. We attempt it. If it doesn't work, then we definitely have to remove the tree because now it's dead. But we can at least try for the short term. As far as permanent fixtures downtown, I would like to keep them, but I think if staff has conversation with those businesses about options for non-permanent barriers, I would like staff to go have that conversation to see what is possible, and then staff's feedback on our options there. And finally, to have the tree board put together a couple of, bearing their schedule and staff schedule, a couple of those community conversations centered around the update to our urban forest, but also just our tree situation in general. I think if they could help us with those conversations and facilitating, we could get some feedback on preferences. And I think that gives us the opportunity to mitigate as much potential harm as possible on the ground, on the sidewalk. Try to do what we can for the 3 of the 4 while we can, if it's viable, and then look for a long-term solution to see how we can update our code to take better account for it. Better practices in the future so it doesn't wind up back up here. That is the motion.
When you say take the tree down, did you want to replant one there as well?
Oh, well, yeah, obviously.
So
Yeah.
remove and replant, okay.
Replace that one that we know cannot be trimmed back. And the other 3, try.
Okay. All right, you conclude.
Yes, I think I need a second, if anyone's.
Oh, yeah, is there a second for that? Second. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're talking about this particular place because this block probably represents, I will argue, the best example of commercial urban. It's our best commercial urban block, probably largely because it is fine-grained, meaning the buildings are narrow, small, or the shops within maybe kind of one building, but the individual businesses are small. They have active street uses in the form of some sort of street seating, patio seating, because there are trees with canopy, because they're bricked as opposed to being other forms of hard surface. So I think the reason why this is so important and that this has come to the fore is because it's one of our best urban spaces. And I'm committed to really, really good urban spaces that make urban living preferable and exciting and livable and safe and healthy, because I personally think that is how we save our climate. These 4 trees are not going to save our climate, but having great trees that drive people to live closer to a downtown area or where they work or where they go to school, just live closer. And I'm not even talking about pedestrians and cycling, just live closer. So you're in a car for 2 miles a day instead of 30. I think it's the biggest impact. These 4 trees are not, truly saving, our climate, not truly sequestering the kind of the volume we need of CO2. as was given as an example in my district, Southwest 34th and Williston, you know, I can't remember how many acres that were just clear cut for other commercial uses, oddly enough, for use of cars, right, in service of other cars. And so I think that's why we're talking about this specific place. The very first time I ever set foot in Gainesville in November 2012, a friend who I stayed with, who's from my same hometown originally, where we grew up in Fayetteville, Arkansas, brought me to downtown Gainesville specifically to walk and look and kind of compare it to what we grew up with. And sure enough, we went on at least one of these streets, and it was one of my first memories, and it was awful then. We could not walk side by side. And while I appreciate people mentioning what the minimum ADA standard is, it is literally not good enough in this situation. It's not. It's not good enough for the people who need it. It's also just not good enough for what we're talking about. This public right-of-way isn't for the sake of somebody to walk from a parking garage to downtown. It's not on the side of a road. It is for people to walk, for human beings, and you cannot walk side by side even on these. I have to walk. I literally will walk on the. I've walked these places dozens of times. Even I would have to walk on the street side and attempt to carefully put my feet somewhere on tree roots or on a curb to not trip and fall, so that the person I was walking with could have more room and they could be on the main. The ADA minimum is just not. It's not adequate here. So I hope we don't stick to that as our goal, because we're not talking about minimums. We're talking about a great space. I'm very conscious of when people say that if we cut these trees down, that they're gone forever. Trees are temporary. I'm temporary. The buildings we build are temporary. They're temporary. So I know that if it's that these are not the right trees in the right place, I think they are possibly the wrong trees in the right place, but with old technology. That's not what we have now. I do have some real specific questions and a couple other comments. Madam Manager, where do our tree people in our city work, our tree professionals?
They work in the Public Works Department.
I want to make sure everyone knows that.
Yes.
Our tree people are, Public Works are our tree people, though Parks and Rec, and they have a lot of trees as well. Conservation.
The tree professionals work in public.
The tree professionals.
And then, of course, sustainable development has some impact as well because of land use code, et cetera.
Right. So we have tree people in lots of departments. I have a question about the tree board. The idea, there's been some ideas of this, of holding the city to the same standard, whether what's in chapter 30 versus us, what we're talking about in chapter 23. Are the decisions of that board binding normally under chapter 30?
They are with matters of land development. When there's an appeal on private or public property, they are binding.
Right.
Their decision is binding.
But if the idea that we would hold, in this case, Public Works on a question within the public right-of-way to that same standard, and we did send this, noticed and appeal, go to that board, would it then bind us on their decisions? And I want to give an example. We want to cut them down because we have hundreds of thousands of dollars of lawsuits already happening, and we don't have endless money to pay, as evidenced by the JLAB committee, and we are liable. It's a threat to our operation. Could they then bind us to not cut down that tree?
Mr. Mayor, it's a very peculiar situation. We don't put restrictions on the city's actions and governmental functions in our code. Because if we did, we'd be enforcing them against ourselves. And if we thought it was the wrong thing to do, we wouldn't do it in the first place. It gets very circular. Basically, it just doesn't make sense. The fact of the matter is, again, we go back to the obligation that we have to do our best to make sure people don't get hurt. I mean, the money is important, but we don't want people getting hurt on our public infrastructure.
So my question about that is, having identified that there are at least 88
implications here. Do we put it by acknowledging there could be a hazard? Do we set ourselves up for greater risk of lawsuits that we've kind of admitted it's a hazard, but we have yet to fix it?
We have a duty to repair all hazards that we know or should have known about. And if there was some sort of code provision where we had a board that made a decision that was binding upon us, that prevented us from carrying out that duty, I suppose in some strange world, then I'd be before you telling you we would have to seek relief from the courts from underneath our own code, and then try to look at a judge with a straight face making that argument.
Okay. My next question is about how these trees are affecting the street. I believe it's First Avenue, and I don't know if it's tree 1 or 2, the one that's affected part of the actual street.
1 and 2 on Ave, 3 and 4 on street.
Right. So 1 and 2 are on Ave. Do you remember which tree it is that has affected the street?
It's tree 2.
Tree 2. Okay.
And just to clarify, I just stood up here I wanted to clarify the motion real quick, and I'll go sit down. The tree that we're talking about removing is tree 2. The trees that we're talking about trying to figure out, shaving the roots, tree 1, tree 3, and tree 4, correct?
If I might just intervene, when you say we, you're referring to the motion that.
Correct, the motion,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
No, that's wonderful. And I asked that because I just want to make sure people we've talked mostly about sidewalks and ADA mostly, but I will say that I have tripped. I did not sue the city for my injury, but I tripped while on the street during, I believe it's Fall Arts Festival, probably 2021. Portions of First Avenue are closed off. I was looking for a funnel cake. I didn't find it. But I tripped in the street because of the damage that Tree 2 has been doing. So I'm familiar with it. I'm really committed to the right tree in the right place. I support spending dollars from the tree mitigation fund if and when that is possible to avoid all of these trees coming down. Because as I said, the right tree in the right place adds to our urban fabric to make it a highly livable place. Those are outside of pure safety and the dollars, my top concern is that we make it a place for people to live. And so they live close to downtown or close to UF or wherever they work, and that they spend their time, their effort, their energy, their money in these places, in our great urban spaces. I support asking the businesses to cede back to public use portions of the public right-of-way that they have been using, perhaps 30 or 40 years ago. Portions of downtown were not in high demand, and this kind of a use made sense, kind of an underutilized asset, and that how we allow and partner private business to use those spaces to come to common goals, much like streeteries, public space, but private business, we can come to an agreement to utilize some underutilized assets. But I also know that those barriers are not absolutely necessary for the ability for the ability of some of these spaces to function. I can go eat a burrito at I forget the place, Tijuana Flats out in Butler Plaza at a table. There's no barrier. We work just fine. I can eat my burrito in peace. So I support the idea of asking them and working to reduce those physical barriers so that those tables that I know some of those tables in Harry's, they're not actually against the wall of the building. They're out towards the edge of their railing. And so they have all of that space as opposed to taking that table up to the wall. And then the negotiated space of the sidewalk where a server might have to come, bring you your food, then that is temporarily negotiated with pedestrians as opposed to permanently reserved for the restaurant's use. So I support the idea of going back and asking those, particularly as we go forward if we can't find other solutions. So yeah, I think that's all I have. I support the idea of saving as many of these trees as possible, but doing nothing is unacceptable, and for the safety of our citizens, and also the minimum ADA, it's not good for. I literally avoid these streets as is right now, And when we avoid them, that means I avoid doing business there because I can't walk with someone side by side and be able to hold a conversation and keep my physical body safe on those. And I'm a decently able, most of my abilities, but what I cannot do is hold a conversation, walk side by side, and pass these trees. Cannot be done. It is unsafe. And so something does have to be done. And like I said, I'm open to spending tree mitigation fund money because though we often sometimes save thousands and thousands and thousands of trees for a long time, these trees are really important to our urban fabric. So with that, and a note to staff, thank you to our arborists for giving us their opinion. And I love the idea of the tree board meeting with citizens, with our neighbors, so that more of these conversations can happen. I recently referred something to one of our boards or commissions because there just needs to be more conversation and not just from us. So I appreciate and I like those ideas. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. I think we're all just looking for an opportunity to eat our burrito in peace.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Singleton, I think may have some clarification, I don't know.
Okay.
Yes, I just wanted to make one item of clarification regarding the root pruning and trimming. With tree 1, 3, and 4, we won't really know if the root pruning is really an option until the hardscape is removed and we can evaluate the tree roots. Once we get under there, it might not be an option depending on where those feeder roots are and which directions they go. So I just wanted to make that point of clarity. If we do try and work around those trees, it might not be feasible. Thank you.
Thank you. You good?
Yeah, it was an attempt.
Okay. Yeah. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for coming out. This is, as we mentioned, this is about 4 trees, but it's really about sort of the postcard of the city, right? I mean, whenever you're showing someone where you live outside of here, if it's not, the stadium, it's usually that beautiful shot looking in through the Hippodrome with the trees on each side, showing you downtown Gainesville. It is what I think it's the prettiest shot in all of downtown. So it's in our city, and I think it's important that we have these conversations and we talk these things through. I hear what I like Commissioner Sacco's position on this, on being more trying to take a nuanced and go side by side with this. I was worried I was going to have to go through each one of these. I mean, some of them seem like there is some really easy ways for us to pull them back, like the ones in front of Emiliano's, where there's only one chair that's there and it's the main entrance to getting in. But I think it's better for our staff to really sit down and try to sort that out instead of us trying to legislate from the dais here, and to really work with those business owners. I think sitting outside it's one of the benefits of living in the state of Florida, right? I mean, we have this great temperate climate, and when you're going downtown, you really are seeing the people outside, and that's what gives you that liveliness of downtown that we're looking for. I think it's just important, and I am proud to live in a city where we spent an hour and 45 minutes here talking about trees. It truly is. I mean, it's more than just the trees, though. I will point out IFAS did a great report on this that found that the trees are 7.2 million in our city. They save $7.7 million in energy savings every year from the heat that they pull off of there, and sequester 44,200 tons of carbon. So it's very important for our overall city. But also that, I mean, it just gives us the look of the city. That is what makes Gainesville the way it is. And I would argue that that the main reason for that is because of the way that we've structured our government. This is a difficult thing to figure out. You have trees, and then you'll have sidewalks, you have water, wastewater, energy, you have the utilities. All of these things have an impact on there. And if you look at the cities that have a great tree canopy, I'd say us, Tallahassee, could add city in there but Tallahassee, we're able to do that because we have a structure of government that allows us to have some say over what happens specifically with our utility, which has the main focus of these things. We have something coming up right now before the legislature that will give a board unaccountable to the city commission or unaccountable to anyone here in the audience the ability to have a say over what happens to our tree canopy. And there's wide discretion that they have, as you can see here, totally overruling our tree ordinance that would allow them to cut trees down that would be considered dangerous trees, that would allow them to really tear down anything, and it's usually the cheapest option. Here in Gainesville, we've determined that we would rather do the hard way instead of the easy way. We'd rather figure out how to do pruning and trimming and try to work within our existing environment. But someone that comes in and oversees these important infrastructure decisions that doesn't care about that sort of thing could easily take the easiest decision. clear cut the trees within 50 feet. Trees like this, from my read of Florida Power and Light's review of it, wouldn't be allowed within 50 feet of an electrical wire. So I would encourage everyone, if this is something you care about, to also get engaged on that issue. But I'm supportive of Commissioner Sacco's position on this, and I think it really gets us to a point where we can engage with the community, start figuring out how we, work with the businesses and get something that will both protect our tree canopy while making sure that everyone can feel safe in our downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eastman. Mr. Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in kind of trying to think about this at a 30,000-foot level, I was actually thinking in the final comments that you made, Commissioner Willits, which was talking about what are the communities that we're dealing with? And obviously one is the accessibility and the people to move around and get around in this area in a way that's safe. Secondly, it's what does this bring to our downtown, which is the vibrancy, the welcoming, some things that Commissioner Eastman said. And then the last community I think that probably gets impacted the most is the business community that's directly in front or basically just east or west and north of these particular trees. And I think of the three, that's the one that I think that we need to speak with the most, right? I think that we can probably do something here that allows us to attempt to make this a safer, less litigious, less liability area, preserve potentially our canopy, and clearly make it accessible, because everybody needs to have the opportunity to move and walk and get around in that particular area. So I had, Mr. Mayor, just 2 or 3 questions probably for staff, and then I'll probably have one wrap-up comment. Madam Manager, do we have any cost projections of any of these options that can help us in our decision-making?
Mayor, members of the commission, we actually had one, and Mr. Mann, either you or Andrew can elaborate on it, but one of them was about $500,000 approximately. I think addressing the streetscape portion of it. And the mitigation fund was a source that we were looking at in terms of addressing that.
Mr. Mayor, a few weeks ago, we submitted a memorandum to the commission on some possible options. One option is to convert the angled parking on the north side of First Avenue to parallel parking and put the sidewalk on the north side of the trees. That option is approximately $250,000. Be the same thing if we did the same thing on the west side of Southeast First Street in front of that side of Harry's, Lillian's, and the Havana Bar. Removing the trees obviously is the cheapest solution. $10,000 was the staff's estimate to remove the trees, and then we weren't able to put a price tag on removing or moving back the street tree cafes because, quite honestly, we don't own them and maintain them. They're in our right of way, but we don't know what's underneath them. And those were the 3 options we had looked at.
Thank you for that. That kind of leads almost into the second question, is regardless of what we do with the trees, there must be a timeline for what we're going to do to deal with reduced mitigation or litigation related to the sidewalk on Southeast First Ave. So what's our current plan there?
Well, this is part of our current plan is to, it goes back to the downtown maintenance unit that got implemented last October 1st. And this is part of the work they're working on. So addressing that will depend on the outcome of what we do today.
And the solution would have been the removal of a tree, if I'm not
right. And am I accurate in saying, regardless of what happens with the trees, obviously that particular sidewalk interface on Southeast First Avenue is got to be addressed regardless. Is that correct?
That is correct. Whether we save the trees or remove the trees, we've got to address the trip hazard issue.
We don't have a timeline on anything like. What I'm really thinking of is what reduces our current existing potential hazard that's on Southeast First Ave, regardless of what we do there.
Well, reducing the hazard, we're going to remove it as possible. And as far as what is our liability, from the public works perspective, I've always learned that as long as we have an adopted plan that we're moving forward to implement, it mitigates our liability. We won't eliminate it, but it'll mitigate it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mann. The last question would be for the city attorney, which is what grounds are we on as it relates to going to the businesses? I think I know the answer, and basically requiring them to maybe reduce their They're spaced by 4 tables or 16 seats. I realize we have 4 potential businesses. We have the sushi, we have Harry's, we have the cigar bar, and the 4th one is eluding me at the moment, but.
Lillian's.
I'm sorry?
Lillian's.
Yeah, thank you, and Lillian's. But what's our grounds as it relates to legal and our opportunity to either force removal of the existing fencing or provide some removal of tables simply so that we can address this more holistically?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and frankly, off the top of my head here, I don't know the basis of the land rights that they have to be functioning on our right-of-way. I presume it's some sort of license. It's permitted, so I don't know if there's a set term of time period they have the right to do so under, or what that process would be. So I'd be hesitant to speculate what it would cost to terminate that. But
What the land development code provides for with respect to sidewalk cafes is an annual permit. But as you stated earlier, these, at least the improvements, I should say, predate any regulation that we had in place for that. But again, at the end of the day, it's still city right of way. So, in terms of, I'm not sure what sort of rights they would have to continue to have those things if the city determined that there was a public safety issue that we needed to address.
That makes me think, Mr. Mayor, that the discussion with the businesses, which of the 3 is clearly a community we can probably impact the least by far, still allow them to continue to provide accessibility and potentially do some tree mitigation items would be an option I think was preferable. And whether we can tell the business or ask the business is really kind of what the question that I was trying to get to.
Okay. You conclude?
I was actually asking the city attorney your thought on that.
again, I'm hesitant to give an opinion without actually studying it and researching it, but if they are on city right of way, the permitting process, it sounds like, gives them a year. But beyond that, it is city right of way that we are, have a responsibility to care for. And to the extent that there may be some activity going on there that's not in the public interest, I think we could regulate it or cause it to be changed. But that's subject to whether or not there is any other, they can't gain ownership or control over the public property just by virtue of being there. But I think to Mr. Person's point, we don't know what's been established there already underneath. So whether that alleviates your concern or allows us to do what we may want to do there, we don't quite know. But could we stop them from functioning and impeding movement on that right of way? I suspect at the end of the permit period we could.
Yeah, I don't even think it stops them from functioning. All it does is we're taking a very small piece of what's already ours that they've been granted based on the fact that we wanted a vibrant business, and probably impacts them, in an incremental way. But it does two other things. It provides us the opportunity to provide accessibility, repair those areas around those particular four wells, do whatever other things that the city staffer feels are the most prudent to do, and provides for the canopy. So that would just be my comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Madam Manager, both streets and these businesses, this whole block is within the GCRA, correct? The GCRA has like business improvement, I think it's a business improvement grant, facade grants to kind of apply for some funding.
I think that flexibility is there.
Yeah, so I think if we are worried about how to approach these businesses, a carrot might be better than a stick. If you have to use a stick, that's fine, but I think a carrot, knowing that there are other options where if they voluntarily modify or remove the railings, there are options where funds exist for this very purpose to improve our downtown and our GCRA area. So I think that's to kind of alleviate that business fear. There are conversations that the staff would be far more knowledgeable of all the funds and all the different programs we have available. There are options, which is why I asked that staff have the conversation rather than anyone up here trying to figure it out. And it gives them that opportunity to work it out. They have plenty of relationships with these businesses, longstanding. But yeah, just that added. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. We're going to go to the motion in just a minute here. Thanks, everybody, for your patience and your input. One question that it was referred to that we have an ordinance coming to us to change the way that we can use tree mitigation funds. Can you address that briefly?
Mr. Persons, you want to do that? We do. I think it has gone through the planning committee. It's gone through the necessary committees to review. It is ready to come to the commission. I just don't think it's calendared yet. And I think it would give us the flexibility to use the tree mitigation fund for this particular project.
Madam Manager is correct. The proposed language has gone through the Tree Advisory Board. It has been heard by the Plan Board as well. We are working on our presentation to give our comprehensive update and working with the Attorney's Office to put the ordinance revisions together so that they can be considered. There are several options that are being added to the use of the tree mitigation fund. One of those being would allow for the expenditure of the funds to preserve trees in situations like this, to change the hardscape infrastructure or move utilities if it's supplemented with other funding sources, is the language that is been proposed by staff and has been supported by the Tree Advisory Board and the Plan Board.
Great, thank you. So I want everybody who may be watching or may hear about this later but is not conversant with what the tree mitigation fund is. We have millions of dollars that get paid into when developers or people building things need to remove a tree. They pay into that fund in lieu of leaving the tree there. That money is not available for just anything. It is not part of the general fund. So when we go have very uncomfortable conversations in the coming weeks about the budget, and somebody comes back and says, but you spent tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars on trees. No, we're talking about doing that hopefully from a tree mitigation fund, using it for the very purpose that it was created for and paid into. So as we move forward, I know those questions are out there. I know there's somebody ready to type that on Facebook right now. But that's the reality. We're not taking it out of the general fund, out of the transfer. It's coming from a fund that is specific to how we work and maintain our trees in the community. So we're
Mr.
getting
Mayor,
out of that. Yes.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
No.
I do apologize. I just wanted to also say that fund has accumulated over time. We have not utilized it for purposes that it should not be utilized for. And so there is significant funds there to address a project like this.
Yes.
Far beyond, addressing a project like this.
Thank you. By the way, the last really big expenditure we made from the tree mitigation fund was back in 2018 when we partnered with the county for Four Creeks Preserve. Those are among the sorts of things that we were able to use this for. But I'd like to see us able to use it for this as well. Commissioner Book.
Thank you. I just wonder, Mr. Mayor, if there might be anybody on the business community side that might have some answers related to what we were speaking about on the streetscape.
Well, I mean, certainly there will be, I'm sure, input from the business community as well. The motion contemplates having a good neighbor conversation with the businesses. I think that's a good way to describe it, right? We'll ask staff to go have a discussion about what's possible with those railings. I don't think we're interested in going out and just yanking up the railings one day any more than we're going to go out and just chainsaw a tree one day. We want to make good decisions so that we don't end up having to have all these conversations back through the attorney's office. All right. All that said, we're 2 hours into this. This may be the most Gainesville discussion we've had in my time on the dais. So thanks y'all for that. If you don't mind, I'm going to split this into remove one tree and then the rest of the vote. So all in favor of removing tree 2 and replanting that, say aye. Aye. All right, so that's That passes, I'm sorry, was that unanimous? Okay, all right, so that was unanimous, all right. So we could just cut it all together. All in favor of cutting back the roots on the other 3 trees to make an effort to save them and create the space, to having staff have a good neighbor conversation with the businesses affected about their railings, and starting community conversations with the tree advisory board about future events such as this. Is that fairly stated?
And if I might just intervene, just in case staff goes out and whatever research they do, they find that the root systems really are not going to be able to, we need to keep that in mind. I want to make sure that caveat is in there.
So bring that back if.
Yes, sir.
Just repeat that motion, Mr. Mayor. That's the second one.
Cut the roots on the other 3 trees back, trim
If
them
possible.
as possible, and if not possible, to report back to us. Have direct staff to work with the affected businesses, to have a good neighbor conversation about their railings, to see what's possible. And have staff work to create community conversations. I think we said 2 community conversations with the tree advisory board about moving forward on such things. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. That is unanimous, Madam Clerk. Thank you all for the conversation and the passion surrounding it. There's more to come. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, our next item is 2023-141, Gainesville Fire Assessment Methodology Update Presentation, with the recommendation that the General Policy Committee hear a presentation and provide direction to staff.
Madam Clerk, or Madam Manager? Yeah. Yeah, we'll let everybody clear for just a second. Y'all are welcome to stay for the next part. It's fun. All right.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and members of the Policy Committee. Sandy Newbarth is here. She represents Government Services Group. Ms. Newbarth represents GSG, the Government Services Group. They have been with the city for, I'm not going to say how many years, but they have history working with us on our fire assessment fee. We have a new methodology that we'd like to present to you today, which actually gives us more flexibility in terms of how the fee applies to the different groups that it applies to. We're not here today to actually talk about the rate increase. We're here just to talk about the methodology, because we do suggest that it changes. Obviously, it impacts a line of revenue that we will rely on as we bring the budget forth for '24. But Ms. Newbarth is here. She has worked with the fire department. The chief is here. His assistant is here as well. And so, Ms. Newbarth, if you would at least kind of take us through. This is important. It's a preface to how we actually work in April to put the budget together. So with that, Ms. Newbarth.
Good afternoon, Sandy Newbarth with Government Services Group. Sorry.
Thanks for your patience.
No problem. Just like Ms. Curry said, we recommend updating your assessment methodology every 3 to 5 years to keep you legally defensible, making sure that that everything is going the way it should go and everything like that. So the last update you had was 2018, so it's time to do it. It's been 5 years, so it's time to do it.
That can't be 5 years ago. It just can't.
So, like, what do I push to make it go? Just this arrow? Okay. So I want to go back and address what is a fire assessment. Plain and simple, it's a charge imposed against real property to pay for fire services. Fire services include anything up to the level of first responder. They do not include EMS services. It is a home rule revenue source, so your ordinance is what authorizes you to impose fire assessments, and it sets out the procedures. It is so since it's a home rule revenue source, it's driven by case law. Case law, there's two primary prongs to case law requirements. It has to have a benefit to property. That's why the courts have said fire protection do benefit properties. EMS do not. They benefit people. And then it has to be fairly and reasonably apportioned. And that's where we come in to see what is a fair and reasonable way to apportion those costs to your residents or property owners. So a little history. Back in 2008 is when you adopted your ordinance. That ordinance, again, is to authorize you to impose these fire assessments. It does not set out the methodology, does not set out any of the rates or anything like that. It just sets out the procedures that you have to follow in order to impose it. And since you had that in place, you're not going to have to amend it or anything like that because it just sets out the procedures. After you imposed it in 2008, but it was not until 2010 when you actually implemented a fire assessment. When you implemented it, and then annually thereafter, you've re-implemented it every year. It's an annual decision that you make. It's collected on the tax bill, and every year you look at what the rates are going to be. And let me see. So originally it was it was implemented to provide a more recurring, stable revenue source, to provide diversity in the city's revenue sources and for other budget requirements for your fire department. The methodology that we developed for the city in 2010 and have reimposed since that time is the demand capacity methodology. It's one that we developed specifically for the city. We worked with fire chiefs and legal counsel in developing this methodology. It's a little bit complicated, and it's driven off of the NFPA standards, National Fire Protection Association standards, and hazardous classes that get assigned to different types of property uses. And then it takes the square footage of different buildings and geometrically progresses those. So exponentially, the tiers grow. So it's not a linear factor. So it is a little bit complicated, and Kathy knows because she has to address property owners' questions. Not just anybody off the street can come in and say, okay, I have this, my house is this size, or my structure is this size, and then they can determine how much their charge is going to be. There really is a chart that you have to look at. The hazardous classes, again, they're based on the NFPA standards, and hazardous class 7 is the least risky. Hazardous class 3 is the most risky. Most of your residential property types and your schools and things like that are hazardous class 7. And so what happens is, depending on the hazardous class and the amount of risk associated with that hazardous class, you get assigned a fire protection unit based on the square footage that's associated with it. So for instance, class 7, one fire protection unit would be for 1,199 square feet. However, something that's more risky, like a class 3, sawmills, flour mills, you would get 339 square feet for one unit, for one fire protection unit. So the riskier you are, the more units you have associated with the same size of a building. Currently, right now, last year, you adopted a $133 rate, and that is per factored fire protection unit. So we not only assign the fire protection units to each building based on that formula, then based on the demand and the capacity, there is a divisor that gets associated with that fire protection unit to associate it with the amount of demand that's going to that hazardous class. Last year, that $133 rate generated just over $12 million. And your current methodology is that you charge all developed property, anything with a building on it gets charged. You do not charge vacant land because of essentially when in a city situation, when they go out to fight a fire on a land parcel, it's to protect the structures around it, not necessarily to benefit that land property. And right now, you are exempting government property. There's a collection process that you can't put it on the tax bill. There's some issues with collecting. It's a policy decision that you have made to exempt government properties. You can't shift that burden from that exemption over to other ratepayers. You have to pay that from other legally available funds. You also have a sprinkler credit, and that's because of those hazardous classes. That the reason for that sprinkler credit. The thought process that went behind having a sprinkler credit, and the credit can be up to 10%, was because the city wanted to encourage those properties that don't have to have sprinklers in their building or in their structure because the codes don't require it, to encourage them to add sprinklers to their buildings. What the city has found over the years is not working. It did not accomplish the goals. It basically, the people that apply for it are the people who have to have the sprinklers anyways in their buildings based on your code. It is a time-consuming process that staff has to review and process the applications. Between 300 to 700 buildings have to be reviewed to see if they qualify for the sprinkler credit, and that equates to about $7,000 to $10,000. So out of the $12 million that you collect, it's about a $7,000 to $10,000 credit that you're giving for the sprinkler credits. And so when we start talking about the new methodology, because we're going to go away from the hazardous classes and all that stuff, we are going to also recommend that you do away with that sprinkler credit. So that's why I'm kind of telling you a little bit more about it and getting in depth with it. You also have a vacancy credit for RV and mobile home parks. Now, the reason for that vacancy credit is because we charge them for every licensed space. And sometimes there may be some vacancies, not the fact that they have a mobile home on there that nobody is renting it, but the fact that that space is empty and there's not a structure on it that you have to protect. So it is fair and reasonable to have a vacancy credit for if they have a space vacant. We're not recommending doing away with that. We think that's a great policy, and we're going to recommend you keeping that. You also have hardship assistance, and that's for people of low income that own their house, and they meet certain income levels that you help pay for their fire assessment on their behalf. We're not going to recommend to do away with that. We think that's a good program. You need to keep that. And then you have a charitable assistance for charitable and religious organizations. And that, again, we're recommending that you keep that too. So, the update. What are the goals and objectives? Well, the methodology that you have right now is very complicated and hard for the property owners to understand. So we were tasked with developing a more simplified methodology that is still legally defensible and still generates money to pay for the fire services. The methodology that we're going to recommend is the historical demand methodology, court tested and approved. 90 to 95% of the programs in the state of Florida use a form of the historical demand methodology. It's easy for people to understand. The driving factor behind the historical demand methodology is who's demanding the services from your fire department. So we look at how much demand is residential putting on your fire department versus commercial, industrial, warehouse, institutional. GSG has personally worked with over 140 cities, counties, and special districts throughout the state of Florida, and helped them to implement it. And I would say about 99% of the programs that we have developed use the historical demand methodology. It was challenged in the Desiderio versus Boynton Beach case, in which GSG was the expert witnesses on that. We helped Boynton Beach to develop their apportionment methodology, and it was upheld by the 4th District Court of Appeals. So the data components for the updated methodology. Well, there's 4 major components that we look at. We look at your service delivery. Who benefits from your fire services? What type of services do you provide? You provide ALS. That tells us there's an EMS component. So since the courts have said you can only charge a fire assessment for fire protection services up to the level of first response, doesn't mean it has to be only calls that flames are going, up to the level of first responder. But that tells us there's an EMS component. So we have to take out the EMS portion of the calls and the budget. We also look at your fire flow that's available, and based on the fire flow that you have in your city, you have unlimited square footage. So there wouldn't be a square foot cap for non-residential. And then the benefit area, you do service everybody within your incorporated city, so we would include everybody in this. The second component, again, is the fire budget, and we separate out the fire versus the EMS cost. When it's an integrated department, we realize, the courts have realized that, you can't have a stop clock, Joe's on this, Joe's on that. You can't have that. So we have a methodology that we use to take out the EMS from the budget. And that methodology, again, in the Desiderio case, was reviewed by the 4th District Court of Appeal and blessed. So that's the same methodology that we use for your budget development. And then once we get that budget developed, we develop a 5-year average budget. It's nice to have level rates, where you can adopt a rate instead of going up and down every year. So we do a 5-year average rate scenario. We can do 1 year if you'd prefer that, but we do start off with the 5-year average. So then the third part is the cost component, and that's how we're going to fairly and reasonably apportion those costs to all the property owners. And again, we look at your call incident data and see who's demanding what services. And then the final fourth component is your parcel data. We look at those parcels that are developed and what type of structures are on there, and how many square feet that each one of those buildings has, to determine how we're going to charge them. So let's start with the cost apportionment. Again, we're not talking about rates today. We're not talking about the budget or any of that stuff. We're going to just say this is going to be the same as if we were doing the $12 million that you collected last year. So the apportionment methodology, again, we look at the call data. We looked at 1 year of call data, which happened to be fiscal year 21-22, to see who's demanding the services. Now, let me back up a minute. So when your firefighters, when they go out to a call, they go back and they do a report. It's a FIFRS report, Florida Fire Incident Report, that they do for the fire marshal's office. And it's a code that says what type of situation found, what type of situation found did we go to, what type of call did we go on. And then there's a fixed property use that they also assign. And it says, what type of structure did we go to? What type of property did we go to? So what we do is we look at the situation found and say, hey, is this an EMS call, or is this a fire call up to the level of first responder? So the EMS calls, we're not funding EMS through the fire assessment, so we take the EMS calls out. Then we look at just the fire calls, and we see who's demanding the services from your city fire department. We remove the non-specific. Non-specifics are things such as streets and roadways, submerged lands, things like that, because there's not a specific property use to tie them back. And then again, we're not charging vacant land either. So looking at the single family, multifamily, commercial, industrial warehouse, and institutional categories, we look to see who's driving what service. based on the analysis that we did, 31.58% of the calls went to single-family residential. Therefore, whatever budget gets funded, 31.58% of that budget would be funded by single-family. Multifamily is 21.91%. Institutional is 20.68%. And institutional is those things that you think that are for public purpose, not necessarily a commercial business, churches, nonprofits, government, things like that. That would be what is considered institutional hospitals too. Industrial warehouse, that's 5.85%, and commercial is 19.98%. This is the key to the historical demand methodology. Whatever budget you're going to fund, whether it's a $12 million budget, a $20 million budget, or a $1 million budget, it needs to be divided in these pieces. So parcel apportionment, what's fair and reasonable, what kind of units do we assign to the buildings, what do we look at, and what we've decided that would be best for your situation would be doing it based on the actual square footage of the buildings. So everybody will know your square footage. You don't have to look at a chart or anything like that. You have this much square footage, and then you have a per square foot rate that gets assigned to it so you can do the math yourself. So here's the math problem. So once we get the components to it, then it's a math problem. And says, okay, for single family, 901 calls or 31.58% went to single family. Therefore, and this is revenue neutral, this is collecting the same a little over $12 million that you collected last year. So revenue neutral, then 31.58% of that $12 million budget, $3,816,000 divided by the number of square feet in the single family residential category, 50 million square feet, gets you a per square foot rate. So single family residential would be 8 cents a square foot, multifamily residential would be 7 cents a square foot, commercial 10 cents a square foot, industrial warehouse 8 cents a square foot, and institutional 19 cents a square foot. So the thing about whenever you change methodologies, it's going to impact some properties differently. Right now, again, you're using that geometric progression, which exponentially grows the units that you assign based on the square footage. So when you start charging based on the actual square footage and not that geometric progression, it is going to impact the larger buildings more than the smaller buildings. Comparing what you have now versus the updated methodology, your average single-family house is 1,875 square feet, and right now it's paying $198.09. It would pay $149.99, so it would go down $48.10. Your multifamily would go up a little bit. Your average multifamily, and these are apartment complexes, is about 11,363 square feet, and it would go up $201. Your duplexes, again, those are some of the smaller buildings, and they're about 1,890 square feet. They would go down a little bit. Your residential condos, here's another thing that with the hazardous class. It's based on whatever's under the building. It's not based on each parcel's square footage. So when you have a condo situation, they all share a roof. So what happens is they benefit from the fact that all of the square footage for all of the individual condo parcels under that one roof gets rolled up into a building, gets assigned to one of those tiers to get that units assigned to it, and then based on their proportionate share of the square footage for that building, then they get those units assigned, and then the charge gets based on that. Under this methodology, they would be charged for their actual square footage that's on their parcel, not a proportionate of everything that's under that roof. So your condos would go up about $11.72. And then, I mean, I guess I could read these all to you, but I think you can kind of see So that's that I was talking about, all of those types of properties, your residential, your apartments, your condos, those things, those are all hazardous class 7. So it's really easy for us to compare them because they're all the same hazardous classes. Now, remember when I was talking to you about the geometric progression, but there's also that other component of the hazardous class. And so that's why I put those down in the bottom for you to see. So when you start looking at some of the non-residential uses, some of the hazardous class 3 get more units, even though they have less square footage than the hazardous class 7. So it's going to vary how they get impacted. So this is just some samples of how they get impacted. Tells you how many buildings there are associated with each one of those hazardous class uses, the average square foot, what they're being charged currently, what they would be charged for their actual square footage, and then the difference. So again, today is to present this methodology, not to present rates, not to talk about budgeting or any of that stuff, but to tell you about the methodology and get your input. The schedule right now, we're having this meeting. We are going to need to do something sooner rather than later, or get some input from you sooner rather than later. You use your trim notice. Your property appraiser is phenomenal in working with you. They do not have to let you use their trim notice, but they do. Saves you a lot of money, but you're on their trim schedule. They allow you to include an insert in your trim notice, which makes it compliant with 197. Now, remember, I said this is a home rule revenue source. So that is the revenue source, but the collection method is statutorily driven. So it's based on 197.3632, the tax bill collection method. So you have to follow statutory requirements. One of those statutory requirements is that you have to send first-class notices out to every property owner, telling them how they're going to be impacted by what it's going to cost them for this fire assessment, and invites them to a public hearing to provide their input. If the property appraiser didn't let you use the trim notice, you would have to mail individual notices out to every property owner, and that gets very costly. So the fact that they let you use their trim notice is phenomenal. Not all property appraisers allow that to happen. But in order for them to do that and to put it with an insert to make you meet all of those 197 requirements, you have to put an insert in there. And because their vendor has some deadlines that they have to meet too, we have to get that to them early May so that they can start processing it. And that insert is going to be talking about the methodology. So that's why it's important to make a decision sooner rather than later. So then you would adopt, just like you do every year. It's just called a different thing. Usually every year you adopt a preliminary rate resolution, which basically says, okay, we're going to do everything just like it said in that initial rate resolution that we adopted on this date. Instead, it's going to reiterate so your initial rate resolution goes through the apportionment methodology, the rates, sets a public hearing, directs first-class notices to be mailed out. So it's the beef of your methodology. It's the meat and bones of your fire assessment program. The ordinance authorizes you to do it and sets procedures. This actually talks about this is how we're going to charge, and this is who we're going to charge, and this is what we're going to charge. So that gets adopted. And you set your rates at the highest, just like when you do your trim notices. When you set your millage rate, you do it at the highest and you can come down, but you can't go up. So that's what you would set in your preliminary rate resolution or amended and restated initial rate resolution. Then we'd certify the roll. We'd apply those rates that you decided to move forward with. We'd apply them to the roll. We'd submit it to the property appraiser, so it would be included on the trim notice. Trim notices get mailed out mid-August, and then you would have a public hearing at least 20 days after the notices get mailed. So again, another statutory requirement for using the tax bill is that you have to send those notices out at least 20 days before you make the final decision and invite them to that public hearing. And you also have to submit your final roll to the tax collector by close of business on September 15th. So that leaves your window for making the final decision really small, but that's okay. It saved you a lot of money. So during the week of September 11th, based on this schedule, you would have to adopt your final rates with your final rate resolution. That final rate resolution would say, okay, we're going to do everything that we said in the initial rate resolution, but for this, or everything stays the same. So you make that decision. We apply those final rates to the final roll. We submit it to the tax collector by September 15th, and then that charge goes on the November 2023 tax bill. So we've kind of talked about some of the recommendations, and now here are the recommendations. Implement the historical demand methodology so everybody can understand it and calculate their rates. Continue to provide the exemption for government properties, the vacancy credit for the RV and mobile home parks, the hardship assistance program for low-income residents that meet the requirements, and the charitable assistance program. And then discontinue the sprinkler credit, which really hasn't met the goals and objectives that you set out originally. And it is time-consuming for staff to process over 300 to 700 applications and review each building and everything for the $7,000 to $10,000 that the property owners total. I'm not talking each one of them get 7 to 10. I'm talking total for the 10% credit. So it is recommended by staff to discontinue that. And it doesn't make sense when you're not using the hazardous class either. Here to answer any questions. Anybody has any? I know it's a lot of information, but I am here to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Did I get those right? Ms. Newbar?
Yes.
Thank you. Probably didn't spell it right, but I did get it. So I just have a question. If we could go back up to the rate scenario, and I know our goal here is really just to
This
approve
one or
method-
the other one?
The one before. This one. Thank you. I think, as you stated, our goal here is just to approve the methodology moving
Correct.
forward.
Yes.
These are not final numbers.
These are not final numbers. What this is just a comparison to generate the exact same revenue that you generated last year, or close to it, yeah. So $12 million.
So for if we go with the new methodology,
We're going to come back and discuss the budget and the rates that staff would recommend.
But if we approve that methodology, this is some ballpark-ish of where we'd have to be to meet previous year's budget numbers.
If we are using the same rate, which is 133, we may come back and recommend something different.
Okay.
It's the methodology, though, that we want to be able to have.
Thank you, ma'am. And as far as the methodology, when we look at the historic use, what years does that encompass again? Like, when do what are the 5 that we're looking at?
We looked at 1 year of call data to make sure, and we looked to see if there's any aberrations. Usually 1 year is representative. And we use fiscal year 21-22, which is October 1 of 21 through September 30th of 22.
And that 1 year then makes the average for you're recommending 5 years.
Well, we do the budget based on a 5-year average, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and as far as institutional, I know you mentioned that could be hospitals, that could be all kinds of stuff. Would that in our scenario include the University of Florida?
Yes.
Even though
It depends on their use. So it would be the classrooms and things, but not necessarily the dormitories. So it depends on how. So what we do is we look at the property appraisers, how they classify the buildings. If they classify them as government buildings, then we would carry that forward. If they classify them as, dormitories or something like that, then we would have to see how they're classified, and then we would use based on those classifications.
Okay, I think just for my own curiosity, sure. I'd be interested in seeing of that 20.68, how much is UF alone? That's just for my own morbid curiosity to see how much of that use, because if you're telling me a fifth of the use is institutional, I don't think we have small random churches catching fire needing assistance every day.
And that's why you have that charitable.
Which is my next question.
So UF, based on last year, was $368,000 of your government buy down. It was $368,000.
Okay.
approximately.
300 and
68,000. That's from last year. That wouldn't be based on this updated methodology, but last year,
and as far as the exemptions, can you explain to me the difference between a hardship assistance and a charitable assistance? Or is it just one's meant for hardship, one's meant if you're a charitable?
so
program?
hardship assistance is for low-income residents that own their house. It's going on the tax bill. Whenever anything goes on the tax bill, it's just like any other taxes. You either pay your taxes or you could get a tax deed sold against you. So what the city has said is we realize there are some low-income residents that own their house. It would not transfer over to the landlord. So if they're renting, that's not transferring over to them. But we realize that there are some low-income people out there that meet this certain threshold that homestead their house, so it's their primary residence, and if they can show us that they can't afford to pay it, we're going to pay it on their behalf, because we don't want, for our fire assessment, we don't want a tax deed sold against that house, so we'll pay it on their behalf. It's an annual application. They have to reapply every year, so if they win the lotto, they won't qualify next year, but it's an annual application. The charitable, that is based on churches and nonprofits that provide a public purpose, and I think the city reviews those, and you have a resolution actually out there that the city had adopted that set out the parameters
So there
for
are parameters.
applying that.
It's
So it
not a
doesn't mean
blanket.
just institutional use, it means those that have a charitable function associated with that institutional use.
Okay, and, so, Madam Manager, if it'd be possible to find that resolution that kind of sets out those thresholds and conditions, I'd be interested. I have my own opinions on a lot of nonprofits and if they actually do perform a public good at some points. So I'd just be interested to see what our conditions are to have that exemption. But otherwise, I think I'm good moving forward.
I can tell you the resolution number.
Oh, okay.
I thought I had it here. It's 150196, and it was adopted September 10th of 2015.
Thank you. I'll have someone look for that. I'm okay with the methodology moving forward. I think that, and just to clarify to make sure that I understand it, the formula changes every year. Or rather, the formula stays every year, but we change the numbers. The variables will be changed every year according to budget.
The budget numbers, yes, not the other fixed, the cost apportionment, that stays, it's good for 3 to 5 years.
That's the part that we're keeping. So I'm going to just call that for my sake the formula portion.
Correct.
Like this, we are keeping the same.
And then the, and then the budget changes every year.
And that
Whatever
would-
your budget needs, it adjusts the rates accordingly.
Okay. I think I'm okay with this method moving forward. As you said, it's the one that most people seem to use, and it's withstood court, so that's usually good for me. Other than those questions, I don't think I have many more questions. What I would ask if we go forward with this, that some kind of PSA go out prior to any of the trim notices. Because I know when I get my trim notice, I'm just upset at the numbers generally.
Yeah,
I think that would not be the time and place to explain any changes to methodology. I think a quick PSA, an inexpensive PSA, however we may, if this is adopted, this new methodology going forward, to give some heads up.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I would agree with that. I mean, this is going to be based on square footage now. It is a different methodology, and there will be some users that will have a substantial increase or a considerable increase, I think.
That's why I have to look at this potential scenario. So I know some folks will have opinions, and I'd rather not have them wait until July to give us those opinions. So that would be my one ask there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Chestnut.
Thank you, the Mayor. My questions are along the same line on the hardship assistance for low-income seniors and on the charitable. I'd like to know, up to 12 million, how much are both of those in that category? And also, I'd like to know if the percentage has expanded or increased over the 5 years. Have you had more people
So the
applying?
hardship assistance, there were 83 parcels that qualified last year, and it was $17,000.
Okay,
The charitable assistance was about $240,000, and there were 285 parcels that qualified.
say it again, I'm sorry.
So $240,000
Okay,
dollars, and there were about 285 parcels that qualified.
okay. On the, for the 83 people that get the low-income seniors, do you notify them or you wait?
Staff notifies them. I think staff sends out a letter every year saying if they qualified the year before, because it's an annual application process, I believe your staff sends them a letter saying, hey, it's that time of year again. If you think you still qualify, fill out the application and submit it by this time.
She's correct, Commissioner. It's the budget office that actually deals with those applications, the city's budget
Oh,
office.
city's budget office,
Yes.
okay. I'm just wondering if that number has increased. Has it been 83 for the whole 5 years?
I would have to get that.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you.
All right, then.
I'll get it.
Thank you, if someone could let me know. Thank you.
Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question, just because I may have missed it, the estimated buy down, that's for all the public government uses that we aren't going to, UF, or does that also
So
include
that buy
the
down,
church
so here's the
charitable?
thing, whenever you're not going to charge the hardship assistance, you have to buy it down with legally available general funds, the charitable, and the government. That
Okay.
includes that.
I didn't know if it included, if that
Yes,
also included
that's all
the
of that.
charitable. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you for answering that. My first question is about is this in essence shifting from industrial or commercial, or rather from residential to industrial or commercial in this scenario, in essence? Who is paying, where's the percentage of the revenue, this 9.38 million? So we can see individually within classes right now. So yes, I'm going to be getting to the rest of that within the individual classes. But my first question is about just with the big categories, in essence, residential, industrial, warehouse, commercial. I know that's not how we currently set it up, but in essence, I want to know, is this a shifting of burden from residential to industrial, commercial to industrial, or is this technically all? This is going to, in essence, this is just shifting within our big categories.
So the thing is, so if you look at the bottom one, you can see the industrial warehouse, a lot of those are higher risk. So a lot of them are hazardous class 3, 4, 5, and 6. So you can see those ones that get more units based on that more risky hazardous class, they get more units just based on a smaller amount of square footage. So you can see that the average of the industrial warehouse is going to go down. It's a two-pronged, so it's not any one group. It's really associated with the sizes of the buildings, because that geometric progression, that exponential growth of, okay, it's not like for every 1,000 square feet you get another unit. It maybe you get 1 unit for 1,000 square feet, 2 units for 2,000 square feet, 3 units for 5,000 square feet, and it grows differently based on each hazardous class. And then the demand component gets assigned to it. And so it's not any one type of category. It's more of the larger buildings are now going to be paying for all of their square footage as opposed to an exponential growth.
Okay, and that, I think on industrial, commercial, I think that's a little more clear to me. But when we get into the residential, I have a lot of questions, because the average person just looking at this looks like this is a shifting of cost to people who live in multifamily units.
So most of the multifamily are the apartments, because there aren't very many, 11,000 square foot, So that is your average multifamily.
Yes, but I mean, you can split up the number of an average square foot as much, whatever you want.
Right, exactly.
But in that two, for instance, multifamily, that 201 will become much smaller per unit, of course. But in the end,
Yes.
revenue neutral.
Yes.
This
That-
is
that
this
scenario,
is
the 11,363.
This is shifting the burden from single-family residences to multifamily
That's what, it's shifting it from.
outside of duplex. So
It-
larger,
yeah, it's
larger
shifting
than
it from,
duplex.
because multifamily is usually the larger buildings. It's not necessarily because it's multifamily, but multifamily is usually the larger buildings.
Right.
So it's shifting it from the
Well, then-
smaller buildings to the larger buildings. And right now, the smaller buildings are bearing more of the brunt of the fees based on that geometric progression.
Because it's based on the geometric progression.
That's what, yeah, because it goes up like that. It doesn't stair step one for every 1,000 square feet. It jumps.
So in essence, let me see if I can kind of grasp this. Our
I know.
current methodology, whether they're multifamily or single family, in essence, very large spaces do pay more.
They will, because they're gonna pay for all their actual square footage. Yes.
So under our current methodology, those who, in essence, at least per unit, consume less space, probably heated and aired and electrical wired and whatnot, relatively, they pay less in our current methodology.
What? The smaller units?
Smaller units.
No, actually, the smaller units pay more
Currently.
currently.
I am a
So,
little confused. I'm gonna need a little.
Your average single-family house, and that's where the bulk, and I don't have the numbers, I'm sorry, I didn't think to grab that, but your average single-family house has 1,875 square feet. Right now, it's paying $198.09.
Okay, and I think that this is, I'm gonna stop here. I live in a condo of exactly 11,048. I'm not joking.
Yes.
I'm almost certain my condo is exactly that.
You're one of the
And
average.
And I know that I pay very little.
Yes,
When I say that people who are living in less space,
okay.
the average duplex, the average condo, the average apartment in a large versus a small grouping, all of them, on average, are far smaller than 1875. And so that's what I'm getting at.
Okay,
The
so-
people who, though we can have some argument about this, the people who consume those small spaces, in general, have less outlets, less everything in the current situation. I know that we're moving towards the proposal is towards a demand, which provides us a little more kind of real data
Right.
that we can grasp and we can measure, and we can continue to look at in the future, in the past. Every year we have new data and we can look at it. So I don't want to get away from real data,
Right.
But I just want to kind of fully understand this because and I know that this is multifamily. There isn't clear on how big it is right there because
Okay.
we're working on
Right.
averages. But in essence, because I live in a very small condo,
Right.
not small, actually I live in a large condo.
Okay.
But it is
I can
literally,
explain the condo situation if you want
No,
me
no,
to.
and I get, but what I'm saying is I just want to get, when I look up here and to see that people on average consuming 1,875 square feet are going to pay less.
Correct.
And then people like me who consume less space, less electrical outlets, less of everything in my little condo, I will pay more. I have concerns, and you don't
And I
know
can
that
tell
you don't
you
know
why.
this, but
I can tell you
90%
why.
of my district is multifamily, so I'm very concerned when I
Right.
see numbers. And this is going to be a question, Director Folston, that is coming, because I want to talk about
Right,
equity. I want to
exactly,
make sure
and
we
I
talk
can,
about
I
it.
can explain to you the condo. Remember I said that it's anything under one roof?
Right.
So what happens is because of that exponential growth, all of those units go into one. It's not because they have less outlets or anything
Right.
like that than an 1,100 square foot house. It's because they're getting the benefit of being under one roof. An example that I can tell you about, and then this is one that I had looked at specifically, and it kind of lays it out. So if you have 3 single-family houses, each one of them has their own roof and their 2,000 square feet. And then you have what you have, and this is another issue that is kind of difficult to manage year after year. Then you have some 0 lot line houses. Some of them share a roof, some of them don't. So every year when we get a new one, we have to go out and look at aerials and go, how many are sharing one roof versus how many have their own roof? And so then we have to like do the same analysis that we do with the condos. We have to say, okay, so there's 3 0 lot line houses, each with 2,000 square feet, just like the single family houses, but they're sharing one roof. They have their own parcels, they have their own yard, they have their own section of the roof, but the fact that they're touching each other, that equates to a 6,000 square foot building. So each one of those houses gets assigned 2 fire protection units because they're getting for both of those. That 6,000 square foot building that still has the 3 dwelling units and everything gets assigned 3 fire protection units, okay? Then you add your demand component to it, so each one of those houses is charged for 1.9858 factored fire protection units, and at the $133 rate. Each one of those houses pays $264.11 because they're paying for their 2,000 square feet as an individual building. Now, those 3 0 lot line houses that each of them have 2,000 square feet, that building is looked at, and that 6,000 square foot building has 2.9787 factored fire protection units. So that building as a whole, right now, under your 133 rate, would pay $396.18. Same use, same family structure, same amount of square footage, but the fact that they share that roof, it creates one building situation and it puts them in that geometric progression. So the total for the 3 houses with their individual roofs would pay $792.23. Those, the total for the 3 0 lot line houses that share a roof would pay $396.18. Their 1/3 share would be $132.06. Doesn't mean they have less square footage, doesn't mean they don't use the resources as much. It just means that because they share that roof, it's under one, it's got to be considered under one building, under the hazardous class methodology, and therefore, you know, they're paying a fraction of what the individual standalone single family house is. And your condo is similar, only it's on a bigger scale because you have probably more condo units in that building than 3. So that's a good example of 3 houses with 6,000 square feet but have their own roof are each paying $264.11. 3 0 lot line houses that have their own roof but only a section of their roof and they share the roof lines are each paying $132.06. So it's not necessarily based on actual use or any of that stuff. It's because they share the roof.
Mm-hmm. Okay. My next question is actually for Director Folston, if he can. And thank you, Ms. Rowe. Director Folston, thanks for coming down. I have a question about equity, about how this plays out. Have we already looked at this? Has this already been vetted? At least I know this is. Are you prepared for a full looking into this at equity on race, on income? Because we know that single family homes versus duplexes versus multifamily are inhabited by different types of people.
Good question. Zariah Folsom, Director for the Office of Equity Inclusion. We have not reviewed it yet. I think today was a preliminary conversation with the board to kind of go through it. I think, though, this is the type of atmosphere and conversation where you guys as a commission decide what are those prerequisites that you want to see. What are those groups that you want to make sure that you protect, if that's indeed what you guys want to do as you begin to start thinking about how they should formalize something before they bring it back in a more formal fashion. So we are prepared to do so, but I believe today, and I don't want to speak for them, but I believe today was just to give you guys a 30,000 feet view. But I think I hear what you're saying, and if we hear more commissioners in that same vein, I think today would be a good idea to give them some guidance on, we want to protect these groups. This is our priority group, seniors, whatever that thing is. And you guys decide it, and then we can take a look at it to make sure that it is indeed equitable according to your wishes and according to our population.
Okay, because this is, we're talking about a 5-year policy some of the talk the city has had in the past 5 years about equity, some of that is, I'll say, new or more recent. And so that's why I asked, because if this is a good thing, maybe this is a policy where we really can, test out Director Folston and really poke and prod at this, so we learn about how decisions like this that happen, how it affects people, because those homes are a single-family home versus a multifamily home. They're just buildings, right? And this is a property issue, but like real humans live in those properties.
If I might, this meeting is for a decision. This is a decision point here today.
Right.
It is unfortunately not a time frame where we can continue to explore it. We either continue with the methodology that we currently utilize, or we make the change and use this one. I understand that it is different, and it will impact some users more than others, clearly. And I'm glad that we're having this discussion, because that is the reality of it. It is an easier application, easier math, equation on an equity, scale. There are some layers there that may need some additional review just based on what we're talking about here today. But in order for us to stay on schedule, we either utilize the methodology that we currently have, explore increasing that rate, because we do have that flexibility, or we do shift the methodology based on what we've heard today, which is the historical, method.
Okay, thank you. And so I'll just finish. I have real concerns that we haven't already played this out and looking at equity. And I appreciate the idea of moving some things towards like the heaviest users of services. At the same time, fire is to some degree an insurance, less of a do you use it a lot. There's some competing interest here of do you use it a lot, or are you just risky by whatever you live in, or how much property are we really how much of your property are we protecting or lowering the liability on. So I have some concerns when we go to look at this about where that is shift, because this is a shift. In the end, this is a shift. There are some people who will have a higher, and what I fear is that, or rather, a lot of people will have a lower, and they will literally know that in when they get their trim notice, or most likely notice it. But the people who will pay more, because a lot of them will be in multifamily, they're not going to get a trim notice. They're going to get a rent increase whenever that comes in the cycle of their rent, but that will come then. So a lot of people who will get a lower bill are going to find out very soon. The people who are going to get a higher bill, they don't find out. And like many things, it gets roped into their rent, and they don't know the real reason why. So I have concerns with this about that we haven't already looked at all that equity, because I know we have some time frames, but the thing is you got to look at things like equity before you have to make the decisions. And here we are at a decision. This is a 5-year, and frankly, I don't know that I can vote for this because we haven't played that out. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Willits. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. A lot of my questions are sort of in the same vein as Commissioner Willits, because it does seem like a really large jump to apartments from single family, which is already, based on state statutes, there's a 3% limit on their taxes automatically, right? So a lot of the, this is, one of the main tax folks that have been in their house for a long time, this is going to be, so that shifting around I worry about. But the main thing I worry about with this is that we've already been told by the legislature that we should raise taxes, right? So there's already going to be likely a change in taxes in our next bill. If this bill goes through that we're discussing and the GFT gets cut in its entirety, it may be even more of a tax increase. And so there's going to be a shock of some kind to folks when their tax bill comes in. And this will also be on top of it. For some people, it will be, it appears, a small improvement in their fire assessment. For some people, it will be a very large expansion of their. And I just don't know if now's the right time to be. So this has to go into the notice for this one. Is it possible for us to say that we or interest in this methodology, because I do hear that this is the way that generally this works, right? Like this is the way that most places do this. And to me, I prefer to kind of go with simpler and replicable and things that have worked in other areas. But like, if we don't accept it this year, is it possible for us to discuss it in a future budget year? Is this sort of like we have this structure, this is what we're planning on doing? I just don't feel like this is the right fiscal year to be making these big, rapid changes based on all of the uncertainty that we have with taxes in the next while. Is that?
That would be a choice of the commission, but sure, we could shift it. I don't see an issue. Chief Dixon, would you have an opinion different than what I'm stating? We could do this next year.
I'm sorry, Joe Dixon, Chief of Gainesville Fire and Rescue. I think what Ms. Newbach said, the city manager, mentions is that we could state it exactly the same. GSG was contracted last year to look at the methodology. And the last administration, I believe the direction they were talking was to try to take some of the burden off of single family. Am I misspeaking? I'm not misspeaking. So I think that's what they attempted to accomplish. And if this current commission, certainly sees flags with that from an equity standpoint or any other service delivery standpoint, then we will deal with what we have. We'll certainly continue to deliver excellent service and do the best we can, awaiting direction.
And Mr. Mayor, we realize that based on, I guess, the new challenges that we face, based on some of the issues around our whole JLAC piece, that based on budget planning, there may be some increases. This may not be the time, but this is what we've been working on for the last, 6 months at a minimum, probably more than a year. I think you all were looking at this before I came in. This has been going on for a while, so we just thought that it was important to bring the discussion to a GPC, to the meeting today, to see if in fact the commission wanted to move forward with it. I do understand there are other items on the agenda now that we have to take into consideration. But this is a methodology that is apparently utilized across the state. It's simpler, and like you say, and like Ms. Newbarth has said, if the commission is up for a change in methodology, it will impact some users more than others, and that's clear. And this may not be the year to do it.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. I'd be curious what my fellow commissioners think about it, but that's just top of mind right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm actually thinking similarly, and what the Madam Manager just concluded with was some of the thoughts I was actually kind of ruminating about, which is the fact that we can be cost neutral this particular year. We can leave the methodology in place, although I understand it is obviously more complex. The advantage there is it may be more complex, but it's also the one that our users have been used to for the last 5 years. So while switching may simplify things, which I think is always a way to go. And when you're talking about citizens, simplify a formula, make sure it's vetted, make sure it's something that's used in another municipality. Those are all good aspects. In this particular case, simplifying the formula does mean we need to inform the citizens and who gets impacted, maybe some of the citizens that we don't want impacted. So we can probably maintain cost neutrality, which I'm in favor of. And in this particular area, I am certainly in favor of a fire assessment fee, always. What I like about it is it's direct to the service, and it supports the services that we want to support, which is fire service, public safety, and core service. So I think that we need to have it. I'm not certain I'm in support at this point of changing the formula, mainly because of the other challenges that we're facing. Otherwise, I think in a different time, the right way to go is towards a simplification of something that's vetted. Perhaps not this time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Book. And I'll get to you in a second. Commissioner Sacco, then we can do another round here. So the fact that we have been working on this, that staff has been working on it for a good long while, is important. I would also point out that how critical it is that we kind of be in the mainstream on this. Critical may not be the right word. How important it would be to me to be in the mainstream. And I will direct your attention to a story from Ocala last year. City of Ocala did not approach their fire assessment correctly, and court said that they owed the people of Ocala $79 million back. I don't understand exactly how they're in the process of doing that, but last May, they were court ordered to pay back $79 million. That's more than half of our general government budget, just for reference. It's important to be in the mainstream and to not wave our hands and say, we want to be different, always. I understand exactly where you're coming from on it. I would say if we're going to study potential equity issues with this, let's make sure that we're aware of equity issues that exist in the current scenario. Yeah, I mean, this is not a year where revenue neutral is probably where we're going to be on anything when it comes right down to it. So those are my thoughts. Commissioner Sacco, did you want to?
Questions?
Okay, all right, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Folston, if I could ask a question, please? A couple of them. So the first one would be if you were to start an equity look at this, one, would you have the people power right now to do such an undertaking?
It depends on how much time you're going to give us. What I'm hearing today, though, that you guys need to make a decision today. And if I'm hearing that in that timeline, then no, ma'am.
Okay. Let's say we put it off because, let's say we do hypothetically put it off.
Okay.
You have time.
All right.
You have another year.
Yes.
Would you
Yes,
have the people
we
power?
would have the people power to be able to review it, but then the question still is going to come back to this board to kind of go with what the mayor said and Commissioner Willetts. Which side of the house do you want it to fall on? And I think that's what GSG beautifully was trying to point out is, do we want to put the burden where? And then they'll help us figure out that methodology in terms of putting it where. I will tell you, even in the equity review, someone is still going to be able to argue that a piece of it is unequitable. So I will share that with you transparently now. The issue is going to be is that who do you want to feel less of the burden, or how you want that weight of the burden to be carried out?
So thank you. I think, so part of where I'm getting at is then if you were to look at just basic demographics, you'd probably use our most recent census, which is at this point gonna, like if you start soon,
Right.
3 years old. Like it is 3 years
Correct.
old already. Through some other research that we're currently doing, I had Ms. Spicer look at, how often do multifamily or renters move, which would be people in multifamily.
Right.
The majority move within 2 years. So whatever data we have
True.
would be outdated already. So I hear what my colleagues have said. I worry about the methodology of trying that study and how accurate that data would be given, for better or worse, the transient nature of multifamily, traditional multifamily, not condos, apartment buildings
Right.
overall. And I also recognize, I think I've been hearing this for 3 years at this point, large multifamily structures, and I think I've heard Chief Dixon say this many times, consume a different type of resource. You need a tower to go out. You need whole engines to go out. Like, sending out squad 1 isn't going to fix that problem if anything goes wrong there. There is, on its face, all other things neutral, a different need and a different use when it comes to a building that goes above 2 stories. It is just, on its face, from a point of fact, a different beast altogether. And I think that's why we have this scale-up system of you're just it's a different hazard altogether for our folks at GFR. So I hear the equity concern. I think of the logistics problem and the logistics need that GFR has voiced in the past. So, and I hear the Ocala problem because I was horrified at that number when I first heard it. Ms. Newbar, if I could ask one question, please? A couple, I'm not going to say one. When you say folks review their methodology every 3 to 5 years, we're at the 5-year mark.
Right.
What happens if someone goes past 5 years? I know it's an average, but any consequences?
So what we do is just to keep you legally defensible, making sure that the costs are shifted appropriately based on the demand. You go a year over or something like that. Where it becomes more critical is when you change the level of service that you're providing, and that's where it comes a lot more critical. So like if you start adding more EMS to the mix, then that takes a little bit more away from the fire bucket and things like that. So we look at all of that when we update it and stuff like that. And that's where it's more critical as opposed to, the other issues. One more year probably is not going to hurt it, but
Are we approaching that kind of critical level at this point after 5 years?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Madam Manager?
The only other thing that I would like to put into the discussion is the legally defensible comment. That piece is critical, even with the equity review. We would need to make sure that whatever Mr. Folston is doing really and truly is folded into the GSG layer of review as well, because the legally defensible piece of it is critical for us.
I hear that. I hear that one, trust me.
Yeah. Because that's when you have to start giving back refunds.
I understand. And I think to that point, like, I don't want
So that's why I started off with, it has to be fairly and reasonably apportioned. Has to make sense, can't be arbitrary, can't say, well, we want to help these people out, so we're going to shift it over here. It has to be fairly and reasonably apportioned.
I'm going to hazard a guess here. There is case law and statute and administrative code that tells you what is not arbitrary and what is fair and equitable.
Case law.
There's case law that tells you. So even if we have a preference or a goal or a mission, if it doesn't align with that, nothing Mr. Folston finds is really going to help us. If it doesn't, you're not the lawyer, but
You don't want me to address that.
I'll take my own legal opinion on that. It probably runs into problems at that point.
Any methodology that we develop for you, we are going to make sure it's as legally defensible as possible.
Thank you. So I think I'm at the point where I'd still rather move forward with an updated and more current and relevant methodology. And if my colleagues are interested in looking at that equity lens, I think we've said 3 to 5 years is the average. That gives 3 years or less for Mr. Folston's office to look through that equity component to see what methodology is available, what data is available, and work hand in hand if that is the direction we still want to go in. I don't want to use an outdated method that is not the norm. That makes me nervous. And I don't want to use a method that doesn't put the burden where GFR is showing up nonstop. I think I parked today and I saw squad 1 move and I was like, oh, okay. And then I saw tower 1, I went, oh, and then I saw engine 1 and I went, okay, something's bad. Because you don't send out all 3, you don't send out a whole station when something's okay. And sure enough, it went to UF. It was like a multi-story building, larger function, because that requires more use and more units. That is proportionate to what that need is. And so we are shifting costs to multifamily. It does bring a higher risk. By pure physics, it brings a higher risk. So I'd rather move forward, and if we want to assess, we have 3 years to bring up a new methodology to update all this and work on it. But having staff work on this for the better part of a year, I think Manager Feldman was working on this originally. So over a year, like 18 months at least, and then say, no, thank you, we'll just keep going. That is unfair to staff, that is unfair to our consultant, and it's unfair to our community because it's not updated. I'd rather move forward with a new methodology, alert folks, this will work, and we can do the study or any review as we look for the next 3 to 5 year review, because we're going to have to do it anyway. That is the standard. Mr. Folston?
Yes, the only thing I would add all of that is that instead of single family and multifamily, I believe the current methodology was based on small buildings and large buildings. So sometimes the syntax can have an effect in the play, but really the current methodology was based on the size of the roofs versus what was it used for. So if I lived in a 30,000 square foot house, which I do not for the record, but if I did, I'm going to pay more regardless of the fact that I happen to be African American, I happen to be a certain age, So I believe what GSG tried to do is to take some of the burden off of smaller roofs and put it on larger roofs, if I could just put it that way, if that helps.
Thank you, sir, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you. Just one question. Is our current methodology legally defensible?
It is.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Book, and then we're going to go out to the public.
Thank you. This is just brief. Just a moment or two more on the sprinkler credits. What's that costing us at the moment? Because what I heard you say, which sounds like it's pretty important fact, unrelated to this bigger decision on the rates, is that the folks that are utilizing those credits and getting those monies have to do that by law anyway.
Correct.
Can you tell us a little bit about the cost or a little bit
Okay,
more? I just want to
the
understand that a
actual
little bit better.
revenue is $7,000 to $10,000 that you lose. Your staff time is probably more expensive than the revenue that you lose, because it takes Kathy a long time to go through and vet every one of those buildings, 300 to 700 buildings a year, to net a $7,000 to $10,000 credit. So you sometimes have to see, weigh the options. Is it worth the staff time for the $7,000 to $10,000 that the property owners are getting?
I think my thought here on the formula is we leave as is at the moment, but regardless of what that decision is, that we probably eliminate that sprinkler credit. And perhaps that'll be just a brief conversation after this current motion.
Yes, and that's your policy decision. Every year when you set your rates, your exemptions, and the sprinkler credits is a policy decision that you make.
Yes, ma'am. That's time and effort and resources that people are utilizing at the moment at city expense that they have to do anyway.
Correct.
All right. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Buck. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go to the public.
Mr. Mayor, we have one speaker, Mr. Tyler Forst.
Mr. Mayor, I just had a quick question. Does UF pay a fire assessment?
They do not.
They don't? Don't we provide fire service to UF?
We do.
We do? Does that cost a lot of money to the city?
It does.
It does? Well, it seems like if we had state legislators that were really concerned with the city of Gainesville and the University of Florida, they would help us along, and either the state could pass a bill to pay the city more to cover this cost, or they could ask their friends at UF, which the governor appoints the board of trustees, so he could ask all his friends to help UF help the city out. Thank you.
I'd be happy to get you some phone numbers in that regard. Looks like we have one more speaker.
Mr. Mayor, do I-
Is it on this one? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, I was not prepared for this agenda item. Thank you for educating me and all those that are listening on this subject. The only thing I would add, regardless of whether you all change, I always like progress, and I trust the leadership that you all, about a month ago, brought into place by making everyone permanent. So obviously, you've got some folks here that are giving you advice, and you thought enough of them to make them permanent, so in some way you should hopefully yield in some ways to that advice. I get the idea that you all are in a tax revenue conundrum at a minimum. $12 million is not that big of a deal, but every dollar does count. The piece that I would say is, just to add into this conversation, is the affordable housing piece that's not just for homeowners. As you all have made affordable housing as a priority for this commission and for the future, that as you shift the burden, if it does in either methodology, to multifamily, that those particular programs or those particular units that are capped on what they can charge, whether it be public housing, GHA, or Letcher County housing, tax credit properties, we can't add $25, $50, $100 per unit just because we want to. We're capped annually by the federal government and or the state about what we can charge. So it does become more burdensome, and that means less people want to go into that business in regard to providing the affordable housing that you all set as a priority. So I would ask you to consider some form of exemption. It may not be 100%, but some form of exemption or calculation for affordable housing as you have this conversation. Mr. Harris, I'm sure, has the capacity, as I'm speaking to Ms. Curry's staff in absentia, that have the ability to kind of work that out. There are already other affordable housing tax exemptions that Ms. Aisha Solomon already oversees. If it just fit into one, I'm not trying to create a whole new rubric, but if you already qualify for an exemption in this case, you would also qualify in this case as well. Might be a way to just had one less burden to more affordable housing, as you all are trying to put out there $7.2 million that you're about to allocate in the next couple of months. You want to send more of that going forward. So I would just ask you to put that into your calculus, not for a conversation today to make a decision, but as you all are going through it with I or others that are in this space, get a chance to speak on the subject. Mr. Mayor, thank you for what you all doing. If any of us can be helpful to the larger conversation about revenue, there are a lot of citizens that are talking about you respectfully in the positive, that want to engage with you. You've got a lot of brain power in the community that wants to engage with you in this larger effort. And it could help with the acceptance of whatever decisions you make, the more you open it up versus not having us being able to engage. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, for that opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, no one else from the public?
Mayor, we actually have
another?
Mr. Don
Okay.
Shepard.
Okay, all right. Mr. Shepard, did you have something for this? Yeah. I'm going to point out to everybody that we have an hour and 10 minutes before we have to clear out, and we have 3 time-sensitive items on the agenda.
I'll be short and sweet. I thank Mr. Booker for bringing this up, not Mr. Wills, for bringing this topic up, and these people for bringing this up, because this was talked about in Ms. Piazza's form letter that he's putting together. The staff up there are reviewing all the money that the city spent within the last 2 years and last 5 years, and they have all that paperwork in front of them. And this is something that their calculation towards what the renters pay per the foot limit of the roof instead of the foot level of the structure, their apartment. And that there is wrong. And also is wrong is the amount of money that's being charged for this amount of payment for this unit, but yet this unit is $100 and some more. And if you're a commissioner, if you're a family man, you can't afford it. Then all of a sudden, you're getting hit with a tax-free, fire assessment-free, that is illegal to begin with, and it's going to be explained to you how it's illegal when you go to your meeting in Tallahassee. This year, I've talked about this for over years, since 3 years ago, I believe it was, in 2019, when this was brought up, and it was turned down then. So the manager is correct. She was not here. We had another gentleman that was in that seat, and this here was turned down then. And it should be turned down now for the safety of the mayorship and commissioners, because this here money, where's it coming from? We don't have it. So we want to take and make it clear that this here is a no vote right across the board, because it's, as you just explained, Mayor, we don't have the money for that. That they're too high. So that needs to stop, and that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right, I don't see any lights. Is anybody interested in making any motion? Okay. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I move, where is it? Staff's recommendation that the staff hear the presentation, we've heard it, on the Government General Services Group on an updated methodology for the special assessment for fire services for the city of Gainesville and adopt it.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Just to make sure that the recommendations that are on the final slide.
Yes.
That coincide, okay, for the second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to accept the recommendations. Any other questions, concerns? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And all opposed? Nay. All right, That fails on a 3-3 vote. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If there's the option, let me make sure that I'm putting this in the correct words. I do make a motion that we eliminate the sprinkler assessment, the sprinkler credit, and leave it just at that. That provides, this is not the reason why we would do it, but it does provide slightly additional increased revenue, and we've heard from the staff that it's not being used in the way that it was intended to begin with.
Is there a second for that? Okay, so a motion and a second.
May I just ask, we're talking about leaving the methodology as it currently is, and then, of course, taking the sprinkler credit out. We're not setting the rate today. I just want to make sure that we're clear on that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Madam Manager, that would be exactly correct.
Okay.
Okay, no other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. All right, that also fails 3-3. All right. Okay, so nothing changes at this point. Commissioner Sacco, yes.
I have a question for the manager, or maybe even Ms. Newbar. A hypothetical motion that I could make, let's say it gets split into parts, could be change the methodology, continue to provide the exemptions we have, and discontinue credits. And we could split those into 3 different parts, or even 2, vote on the continuation, so at least staff knows to keep working on with those in mind, or it doesn't matter until we have the methodology. Cool, so, all right.
Let me just, I'm sorry, I'm not put my mic on. I would yield to any input or advice that Ms. Newbarth has. I think we need a methodology, though.
Before we have any of the exemptions or credits. But they have to be renewed every year, is my understanding.
That's true. I think they do. I think they have to be applied on an annual basis.
The policy decision is done at the same time that you adopt your resolution, your preliminary rate resolution, and it's got your rates and your exemptions in there. So you could make that decision during that time.
At that time, but we need to determine a methodology for staff to work with, and it has to be today, because if we go to the slide that has the timeline, we don't exactly have time. Because we have, 2 meetings like this left? We have 2 regular meetings and 1 GPC meeting.
I think we have the 13th and we have a May 2nd meeting. The May 2nd would be the absolute
Latest to get anything. And at that point, whenever we finish and get out of here, staff would then have to hurry to have that ready before close of business to the property appraiser. So I'm gonna try this one more time, and maybe, looking at the calendar, if we can get the calendar up, we'll see why we really can't keep moving this along. But I'll move staff's recommendations to change the methodology, that we continue to provide these exceptions, discontinue the credit, and as a 4th thing, that at least the equity office look into what it would take to have such a review and come back to us with a report or memo of some kind.
I second that.
Okay, we have motions. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a comment too.
All right, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would say that we're going to have many, many difficult decisions as we go through this budget process this year. I do recall, I don't remember the particulars, but I remember the 79 million that Ocala had to begin paying their citizens. And so I think that we've just got tough decisions. This is the beginning. This is one, and we need to move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would also point out that it will be a tough decision and a confusing decision next year as well if it moves forward. There's something to be said for facing as many tough decisions as possible in a single year, as opposed to having those hard decisions every single year. Commissioner Buck.
Thank you. Just could you repeat the motion?
It would be staff's recommendation with the addition that the equity office look into what it would take for such an equity review and report back to us what it would take and what that timeline could look like at a future date.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. What I would ask of the motion maker is, would there be a consideration to add in there, delete the sprinkler credit?
It was included. That's part of the staff.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so I see no more lights. I will ask, all in favor? Aye? Aye. And all opposed?
No.
Okay, so that passes 4 to 2.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, thank you. Okay, what's up next, Madam Clerk? Thank you to everyone who hung out for this. Appreciate your patience.
Mr. Mayor, our next item is 2023-24, letter of support for a DOE GRIP program application with a recommendation that the General Policy Committee approve the mayor's signing of a letter of support for submittal with subject grant.
Mr. Cunningham.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, GRU is pursuing a lot of grants right now. We're looking at opportunities that make sense for the utility and looking at ways to reduce cost or reduce future debt. This is one of those opportunities. It requires a letter of support as part of the grant application. And so Mr. Hutton is here today to present that briefly and answer any questions. So,
Welcome, Mr. Hutton.
Good afternoon. And as,
We actually got to your item this time.
Thank you very much. So this is a grant opportunity with the Department of Energy. It's called the Grid Resilience Innovation Partnership Program, and it's designed to help utilities improve the resilience of their electric distribution system, along with preparing for future changes such as more solar, more electric vehicles, and whatnot. So this is a program that we actually submitted what's called a concept paper back in December, which is kind of a prelude to a full grant application. We got an encouragement from the Department of Energy to go forward with the actual application process, which is pretty involved, but we're seeking a grant for $36 million that would build upon our existing electric distribution budgets to help replace transformers at our substations, install more advanced monitoring systems, and other improvements that would just help ready the grid for future growth and, as I mentioned, electric vehicles and whatnot. So what we're asking, oh, and by the way, there's no fiscal impact to this to GRU, because the matching funds that would be required would be really the amounts that are normally spent in our electric distribution budget as it is. So what we need today is just for the City Commission to authorize the mayor to provide a letter of commitment for that grant
Very good.
application.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hutton. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't mean to make short thrift of the fact that we have an agenda item here, but this to me is a no-brainer. This is simply providing a letter of support for a potential federal funding stream, and we know that federal funding streams related to our utilities, regardless of what would happen in the next few years, would be absolutely essential for infrastructure. I move the staff recommendation.
Is there a second? All right, so we have a motion second. Commissioner Sacco.
I have a question. As far, the timeline for applying to this, what does that look like? So staff already has this prepared, staff will go ahead and prepare it and submit, and the feds will take a while to determine where money goes?
So we're working on it right now. They have pretty tight timelines, so we got a determination from them in January that, hey, we encourage you to submit. We've been working pretty feverishly since then. We have an April 5th deadline for actually submitting our application. Yeah. They have indicated that they would make a decision in the summer, and presumably if they follow that schedule, which is pretty fast, we'd know in summer, and presumably if we were fortunate enough to get the grant, it would be probably beginning of 2024 when we get our contracts going and get working on it.
So that sounds good. My one concern is a bill in Tallahassee that is being shoved down everyone's throat here. And I wonder if we would still be eligible or qualified for this money should the future of GRU be removed from this diocese control.
Well, this is federal money, so
I understand that. So I don't know if its recommendation is municipal control
Oh.
or private control or weird hybrid control that they still haven't figured out.
As I understand it, that wouldn't have an impact on our ability to
We would
do
still
that.
be a viable candidate for it.
Correct, yes.
Okay. I was just trying to make sure that
Good question.
all that doesn't, I didn't want to make you do work only to have it voided in a couple weeks. But in that case, then yeah, I'm totally in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from the public? No. Okay. Come on back. Yep.
Just one second. As Commissioner Sacco alluded, Mr. Mayor, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but if Chuck Clemens' bill, as it is written currently, that we have publicly seen at least, you wouldn't be able to make this decision anymore, would you?
That is correct.
Right. So the board could decide to just leave this money on the table and do nothing, and the citizens and the voters would have no recourse whatsoever. Just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I see no more lights. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nope, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, our next item is 2023-306, GRU state legislation action, with the recommendation that the General Policy Committee discuss and take action as deemed appropriate.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. So I asked to put this on the agenda knowing that we have a tremendous amount of anxiety amongst the commission as well as the community. And Commissioner Eastman was in attendance last Friday, as well as some folks here in the audience and at the local legislative delegation hearing that was held not locally. And what I took away from that hearing was that Commissioner Clemens said several times, or rather Representative Clemens, former County Commissioner Clemens, said several times that the bill as we see it in front of us now is a quote-unquote shell. It is not, he doesn't perceive it to be a final bill. And he encouraged that there be amendments to that. With that in mind, I certainly have been thinking about lots of different things. I don't know that any I don't know how fruitful it will be to contact him and to make suggestions. I know many people have done so, and I honestly, I don't know exactly where we will be. I do know that he said that they will press send on a bill that could still be amended after that point on April 10th. That's Monday, April 10th. So the window to offer amendments is short, but certainly there's this is the best opportunity for us as a commission to have a discussion about that. Don't see any lights though. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure where to bring the conversation around or to make a motion or anything like that, but I would say that I feel like our voters spoke in 2018 when they said that they wanted direct accountability over what happens with their utility, which leaves me in a weird position to be going against my own voter. But I also recognize the position that we're in, where our attorney has told us point blank that the legislature can do whatever it wants. There's generally supposed to be a 30-day period, generally before the legislature begins, in which you would do this at the legislative delegation. It would be filed by the first day of session. It would then be discussed at that point. There'd be some community feedback. We're not getting any of that. Like we have to guess at what a bill may look like. They're going to have to waive their own rules midway through session in order for us to give any feedback on something that has been discussed by this community quite a bit. And I don't know what exactly to push forward, except that if we're going to that there are two structures of municipal utilities in this country. There is an independent authority structure. That is how Orlando Utilities Commission, that is how Jacksonville Electric Authority is structured. You also have the commission oversight structure. That's how Tallahassee is structured. A recent American Public Power Association, I think 54% of larger utilities are under an authority. So it's a structure that can work, right? Our voters didn't want that structure, but it's a structure that can work. The structure that's been proposed here is not done anywhere else in the United States of America. It would be a totally experimental structure that is imposed upon GRU that would have state oversight to a local municipality that is not its own independent governing body. It is an enterprise. It is 5 enterprise funds of the city of Gainesville that we refer to as the brand of Gainesville Regional Utilities. I'm not sure how it would work. I'm worried about how our bondholders will view something experimental like this being thrusted upon us. I don't know how exactly, the same things I mentioned before. I'm not entirely sure how this works. If there is a way to have a discussion that says, our voters have spoken and said they do not want an independent board. They like the way that about half of the larger utilities work, which is direct accountability to the voters by their elected officials. But if we must do it it should be done in a way that other communities have done it, that other communities have done, where we are appointing a board that would be overseeing it, and with perhaps there's other structures in which other governmental entities also appoint within that, whether that is the county commission, which is what Gainesville Area Chamber of Commerce recommended back in 2013. They recommended a majority board done by the city commission with a minority by the county commission. There's some way to have that conversation, but the structure that I will point out, Representative Clemens served on this and voted to recommend that structure as well back in 2013. If this is the direction we're going, let's at least get to something that is a structure that is not experimental and will not force us into, odd angles that we're not sure where they're going to go. And that's my biggest worry at this point, kind of understanding the cards that we have, which are few and far between. But, we are ultimately responsible to our constituents, and what comes from this, we are going to pay the burden and the price for. And so I prefer this to be a referendum. I prefer that there be a little bit more study. I prefer that there was a reach out to, for instance, the Chamber of Commerce, who spent 7 months reviewing this, or to, GRU in the finance department and all that. It does not seem like that is the direction we're going in. So we should at least try to have that conversation as how we can get a replicable, just normal authority board that is not as experimental as this is.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the bill as written, which is not really written per se, this is a pretty novel idea, experimental, even the word radical. It's a radical consolidation of power to the state level as opposed to the local. I think it's hard to argue against that. And so this is, we can opine about, local control or, home rule, but I don't think it's going to get us anywhere. But I am also really concerned about it, and I do think, to Commissioner Eastman's point, that there's some benefit to, if this is truly going to be the will of the Speaker Pro Tem, then I hope he would at least seek some feedback from people who live in Gainesville, people who have been active on our utility advisory board, people who have been active on this commission in the past, who have been, the board of GRU and currently. I hope he would seek some of this out, because some of their ideas may be closer to the proposal that Representative Clemens supported in 2013. That would involve more oversight where the commission appoints, the county commission appoints. Because it is just very odd, the idea, and I even had a question, we don't even know what the bill is. I'm like, we approve the salary for the manager. Are we going to be paying salaries that we have no control over? That the governor gets to appoint, the governor gets to hire and fire, and it really does bother me because it's an important part of our city. So I think it's a smart idea to have these conversations and and that's the part I think that perhaps Representative Clemens might hear is that. He had a plan that he supported, and his hard work shouldn't go to waste in the past. So if that's that, I think there's some validity to talking about that, and I hope he hears that is a far better solution than completely removing control from the city of Gainesville, giving it to the governor in Tallahassee. The idea that the utility that is owned by the people it serves would in essence be managed from Tallahassee is it's truly ridiculous. I hope we don't go down this road. So thank you, Mr. Eastman, for some of those comments and some of that research you did. I wasn't aware of all of it, but thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we need, I have several suggestions. One, that we continue working in the vein that we are in answering JLAG, that we look at our budget recommendations in terms of taking steps to reduce the general fund transfer. We stay on target in doing that. That we sit down with our lobbyists. Perhaps they need to come down here and sit with us individually, but I'd like for them to have some idea of the amendments we would like in that bill. Let's give them some amendments. And then the last thing I'm going to recommend, it may be radical, but I think it is necessary, and that is that we seek a consultant or outside counsel to assist us in this process. I think as Professor Little pointed out to us, there are severe constitutional defects in this bill. We cannot sit back, let it happen, and not take any action. So we need somebody out there fighting our battle for us, because it is a battle. This is not a little nice gentleman's agreement. This is not a little nice gentleman's bill. This demands some action, and it demands action on our part. So that's where I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. And so where this places us, and I think we would all agree, I've said several times, and I know many of you have as well, my great concern for this at the base level is that we continue to deliver not only general government services to the 145,000 people in our community and the extra 100,000 or so who are impacted by the decisions we make every day, but also the utility customers who are impacted by all this. I want folks in Gainesville to know that we understand that it is our job to keep the lights on, to keep the water running, to keep the toilets flushing, to keep 911 being answered, to make sure the parks are open, to make sure that the potholes are filled, all those things. Folks have come to understand over the decades that it's the job of the people who sit up here to deliver all those services through our excellent city staff of more than 2,000 community builders. What I have read from the bill that has been put in front of us, which I understand may or may not be the final bill, leaves so many questions open that I can't, with a straight face, go to any of our constituents and say, I trust that everything's going to keep working if this passes. I can't say that with a straight face. There are things I can say. I can absolutely tell you, because I've consulted with everybody responsible for it, that nothing being contemplated is going to change your pensions. If you're a city worker, city retiree, your pensions are okay. Beyond that, particularly as it pertains to the utility, there are so many unanswered questions in this draft bill that I can't tell you that everything's going to work just fine. I don't believe anybody is trying to harm the people of Gainesville or the utility or the city as organizations, but I also don't believe that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed in this draft bill. I am certain that they are not. And we, I believe, have a responsibility to make sure that the people of Gainesville are cared for as we move forward and the legislature moves forward with this, and that if they are not, we speak loudly enough so that they know we're on their side. That matters a lot to me. That's my job. That's what we're all up here paid to do. But we're also in a position that is entirely unique as far as I can tell. This doesn't happen. I don't know when the last time a bill was filed, a local bill was filed that makes these sorts of contemplated changes in the middle of a legislative session. Not before the legislative session, as the Constitution requires. Did not realize I was going to be as worked up as I am today. But I worry about this because this is what you all watching on TV hired us to do, to advocate for you and to make sure that this stuff works for you, that the lights come on when you flip the switch. And I want to make sure that that happens. And the draft bill before us does not allow that to happen, as far as I can tell. Maybe it does. But I have too many questions to tell you with a straight face that it absolutely does. So the question then is, what do we do about that? And I'm not entirely sure what we do about that. We've had some good suggestions here. But we would handle this differently if it had been presented to us prior to the legislative session. We would handle it differently if we were not also at the same time juggling other questions and recommendations from that same legislature. So having said all that, we have some more lights that we'll go to. Commissioner Book.
I didn't realize it was up next, Mr. Mayor, so thank you very much. I share probably a similar sentiment that I'm exactly what I said a few weeks ago. I'm extremely concerned, and the uncertainty makes it even worse because we're operating with an incomplete picture. The thing I completely agree is we do have to stay the course for everything. I know the terms are dramatic, the terms are bold, all those things that we're doing, zero-based budgeting, one-year budget, we've sold off an asset. We've got essentially a freeze where we look at the value for our frontline workers and make sure that we're doing the jobs and the services we have to do, and yet see where there might be other opportunities for us to scale off. And the general fund transfer is going to be, assuming it's under our control, dramatically different. Dramatically. I mean, we've talked as a body that it goes from anywhere from a 10 million less than what it is now to there is no general fund transfer. So, and it's going to be something closer to that zero, I think, base. So I think that we have to stay the course regardless of a draft bill that is incomplete and that we don't know what it's going to look like on April 10th. The last thing I think about is that our next city commission, Madam Deputy Clerk, is that April 6th?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
That's the next time. On April 6th, we should have as an agenda item, what is our complete update on our fiscal actions that we have taken since JLAC? I know we'll probably be repeating some of the exact same things we've just repeated, and we said 2 weeks ago, and we said 4 weeks ago, but we need it on the record on April 6th because that April 10th deadline looms large. And if there's any opportunity for us to say, wait just a minute, we are taking very significant fiscal actions, that's the date. I don't know that it makes a difference. I have no idea what that means from a bill perspective in the last 30 days of the legislative session. But we have to basically be preparing that to show the public, the JLAC, and our Alachua County legislative delegation that we did hear them 2 months ago, and we are taking some significant actions, and hope also that that has some impact on some of that decision-making the next week at the state level. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. So what we have to do is to continue on a route of concurrency. You're taking concurrent actions. Of course, we have no choice. But I think that, again, I go to, and I'm going to put a motion on the floor. I'm going to, you have to, the lobbyists must sit down with us. The lobbyists must know what it is that we would like as amendments in the bill. For example, if there's going to be a board, I want a seat on that board. When I say I mean this commission, we want a seat. Maybe two on that board. So that needs to be put in that bill, but it's not going to just float in the bill if we just sit here. It's not going to float in it. But the lobbyists, who we are paying every day, needs to sit down with us and hear that. Then we can go to Tallahassee. They can go to Tallahassee on our behalf to get the language in the bill. So if we don't work to get anything in the bill, we get nothing. I think something the Bible says, ask not Why
You
not?
have not because you asked not.
Yeah. So we got to ask. We got to work this. Now, so my motion is this, and you all are going to want to split it. I know. So I'm prepared for that. One, I would like for the commission to authorize the hiring of outside counsel to help us in defending the city of Gainesville constitutionally on this bill. That's one. Two, meetings are set individually with our lobbyists in Gainesville to provide amendments to the bill as it is written. Three, we continue on the road to working to meet the requirements of JLAC and particularly looking at a severe reduction in the general fund transfer. That's my motion. I thank you all for seconding it.
I will second the motion.
All right, this general manager. Yes, sir.
So I was going to address
You
Commissioner.
don't push your button very often, so I wasn't
Yes,
sure who
so it
number two
wasn't.
was.
I was going to just address Commissioner Book asked or talked about the April 6th meeting, which is a city commission meeting. The city manager and I were planning on coming back to the April 13th general policy committee meeting, and I realize that's after April 10th, to do kind of precisely what he's describing. We've been working a plan and a strategy of relating to financial goal and reduction in GFT and things of that nature, and we're on a path to do that on April 13th. So I was just providing that input to that question.
Thank you. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my answer to that is you have 7 less days, all right? I mean, and that's just a fact that we at least have to have what we have done. Most of it's actually just going to be a comprehensive review of the things we have already done, as opposed to the things that we may feel are coming. So it's not so much what are we about to vote on and specifics. The April 13th date for that is fine. It's more simply putting in motion the fact that these are the things we've already done. These are maybe some of the things we're considering. So it's probably less work than it sounds. And so I just wanted to kind of clarify that. Why don't I pause for a moment? I see that there's a question.
So for clarity's sake, so you're asking for what they're saying. They would bring back April 13th. You're saying bring that back April 6th?
Yes, I am. But I have also said in regard that this is not the comprehensive information they're going to say we need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Correct.
These are what have we done? What are we considering? And I think I'll stop right there. Yeah.
All right. You good?
I think so. Yes, sir.
All right. You can always come back around.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Eastman.
Clarity from, so you asked for, yes, to you, Commissioner Chestnut, yes.
When it's recorded, they don't know who you is in the minutes.
I apologize, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you.
Honorable Commissioner Chestnut. So I'm split. So you asked for a consultant, and because there's so many things happening and there's things concurrently occurring. There's on one hand the speaking to the legislators side of it, which is kind of where we are now, and I heard you kind of refer to that. But then there's also an attorney that would understand the constitutional questions, which I can't imagine would be the same. What were you hoping that external person would be doing? Like what is that scope of work?
Yes, I think we're going to need an attorney who will take this into the federal courts.
I'm gonna ask a city attorney, your thoughts on that.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think what we have to see is what comes out of the legislature. I think part of the frustration you're feeling right now is we need to have a direction. Is it our goal? I shouldn't tell you what you need to do. But is the goal to come up with a credible, even if it's unlikely, alternative? Is the goal to try to mold what's before us to make it more like one of these other authorities? Is the goal to create something new entirely to try to present it? That's all the action I suspect that Commissioner Chestnut is talking about a consultant might bring to the table now, the creativity. to get that done. In terms of fighting what comes out, if we're unhappy with it, and I think that's our fear always, then yes, we have to see what comes out. I think there are some real, what we have before us right now is very similar to what we had before us, almost identical to what you had before you 5 years ago, with one distinct difference being a board appointed entirely by the governor. That's a significant twist, and that is a twist that might have a fatal flaw in it when it comes to review in the federal courts. That is a twist that provides an executive empowered to do what is typically a legislative function or legislative functions. But we don't know if that's what it's going to be or not. I mean, I think the representative was perfectly clear that what's been proposed is not written in stone, and that puts us in a situation of a great deal of uncertainty. So I certainly understand what the motion is, and but whether we're there yet or not is up for you to decide.
I guess two things that kind of make this a little more time sensitive is one difference is that the representative wrote it, at least the one that, as he said, wasn't the bill, was effective immediately upon signing, which I think I remember reading that generally bills need a 60-day at least on-ramp period, unless they're editing old language. But so that means that moving on this quickly is going to be, is central, much more than, say, a referendum or even if there was a somewhat of an on-ramp period. And of course, and then there's no referendum, right? Which would mean a year and a half of being able to find the constitutional questions. It is effective, right? So you would then have to file something. A judge would have to put a stay on it. I'm not an attorney, so I don't know all the words. Those require a little bit more movement than we would normally be talking about in this situation.
And again, Mr. Mayor, you're talking about what to do to either mold the legislation in such a way that it would be effective, or to wait to see what you get and find what there is you can attack. I don't know what the point is, where the focus is going to be from either the general manager or the manager or the commission directing this. I think that's the point of your item here today, is to formulate a plan as to what direction you're going to take so that your forces can be amassed, those forces being consultants, again, to either attack or to try to assist, attorneys within our office or external who could assert the rights of the city, or any number of other things, again, depending upon what's going to come out. I don't know that we have that, we may very well have that direction yet as to what our approach is going to be. It is all still very sudden.
I would think that, my hope for how this whole thing turns out is that, actually, my hope for how the whole thing turns out is, Joe Clemens said, "Oh, sorry, I had a bad day. I'm gonna go back to being Speaker Pro Tempore, which I'm sure is a full-time job, and I'm just gonna do that." My hope is, with this going down the way this is going, that he'd come out with something that we could live with. We'd begrudgingly say, we wish that this wasn't the way this was going, but now we at least have something that we could come to a compromise position on and that we can move forward with it. That way it's not just all, whatever happens with this, it's all on Representative Clemens, right? It's, to me, this, reminds me of a lot of big experimental things that GRU has done in the past, and those have not worked out well, and the people that were really behind that have remembered that for many, many years afterward. I think that it would be better for all of us if we all came to some kind of an understanding and then, were able to move forward with something that could be a workable solution. If that doesn't happen, and I'm not sure if it will, then being prepared for that fight right afterward is exactly where we need to be. And we still need to be, and people out there, don't take that we want to have a conversation without saying, we also need your voice to say, we don't like the way this is going and we disagree with this. You need to also be in here pressuring them and letting our elected leadership in Tallahassee know how you feel about this as well, or if you're in favor of it. I think as you mentioned before, Mr. Mayor, if you're in favor of it, also do that. But this community voted against this in very, very large numbers in the past, something that was much more scaled down and much more reasonable than this. So I know that our community feels about it more generally. And so that also needs to be a part of it on the front end. But that's where I hope we would go with this, which kind of doesn't really get us to a clarity at the end of this, but it's both of those things going simultaneously, right?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, may I? Yeah, I would see the consultant is a consultant working with our attorney. We have a utility-focused attorney in the attorney's office, so that person, they can't be in Tallahassee every day. That person then would be working with them in preparation. It's just that you are, I don't do any sports, so I can't put it in lingo, but you are, we are preparing for the worst, hoping for the best. And so the consultant could help us there. But I mean, but we're doing JLAG, we're doing everything that has been requested of us. We're working, trying to save our utility. And, but we just have to, it just has to be rapid. I mean, we need somebody in Tallahassee next week because something has been probably submitted to bill drafting. They're getting something ready, and we need to start massaging it, getting us a seat or two on that board to protect our citizens, because the citizens will not be represented on that board. The citizens are only represented by their elected representatives. That's who represents them. So we need a seat on the board. That should be very clear. Thank you.
And to go to Commissioner Willets before we go back around. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I seconded this motion because I think, you know, this is a situation where we can believe that, oh, this is just a shell of a bill. But the thing is that, I mean, this is like, is it Linus holding the football? Like, oh, you're going to tell us it's a shell? And it's exactly what it is. Sometimes when people tell you who they are, you got to believe them. You got to, you know, and so like, and the Speaker Pro Tem is no fool. He got to his position because he knows how the legislature works. He knows how politics works. He has power. He has influence. He has connections. If he really thought the will of the legislature was something more akin to what we might be willing to accept or would be our preferred middle ground, he would have written it that way. But instead, he just crossed out commission and wrote in governor. That was a very, and so the thing is, he's telling us who he is. I think we have to take him at face value. And so that's why I second the motion, because I think we have to tell him and the legislature we mean business, because we do think there are real constitutional issues about, like we said, this is a radical plan. This is a novel, experimental, and even if just for the sake of, sometimes we lead the way in this state, right? Sometimes we sue the governor, the legislature. We oppose things, and this is one of those things where I wish those other utilities with currently some form of independent that is less novel, that they would be looking at this as well and they would support us, because as easy as they can strike out commission in the current the bill that's been proposed, strike out commission and basically put in governor to do all the appointing or to be the board. All they can go back to all those other independent authorities and say, nope, the governor's going to appoint you, JEA, Orlando, the governor's going to. And so the thing is sometimes we have to be the person who asks the constitutional or demands the answer, because we think there is a constitutional issue, not just to protect ourselves, but to protect our peers and colleagues across the state and municipalities. We would love for them to fight alongside of us very loudly, because they have legislators in all of those cities. So this is an appeal. This is an appeal to all of the legislators that are under JEA jurisdiction, or Orlando, or the other ones that do have where that authority is not completely appointed by the governor. So that's why I seconded it, because this is to some degree, at least it's my opinion, we have to go to war to fight for what is truly worthy and important and vital for our residents and our neighbors. And so in this case, we do have to be a little out on the front, and we have to say we think there's a constitutional question, and not just that I put it on Facebook, but that we that we have a marshal to both use our staff, but then also to use their knowledge to kind of, you know, this we need a, here's your sports. Commissioner, mayor, commissioner, county commissioner, representative, Chestnut, who brings all this information and experience about how politics really works. We need a full court press. So that's what this is, and so that's why I seconded. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Book.
So very briefly, I do believe that regardless of the track we take, we would want to push for proportionate representation. That's the back end, the default, right, of something. So I hear both Commissioner Chesson and Commissioner Eastman, and I would agree. If something is in fact legislated, then we still need to have a seat at the table, and it wouldn't be one seat. I'm going to look past the mayor, but to Commissioner Chestnut, my preference would be all the seats. But that's not. But it would be that proportionate thing. So it would be what she said. And then a little out of my area of expertise, and this may be just a rhetorical question: do we have any opportunity to utilize the League of Cities on the consultant side of things? Because I wonder in the time frame if we were to push forward with a consultant, are we even able to get someone on board that has the capability to engage within a 14-day period of time? So this is more about the speed of what would be done and the capability. And I thought you may be the best person to ask that. I just don't know. I'm out of my depth as it relates to that. But what other options might there be to have folks that may have that expertise and be able to work collaboratively with the city of Gainesville? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. So I could provide a little bit of information on that. Our lobbyist, Mr. Matthews, through Gray Robinson, also represents the League of Cities. So we are plugged in to that group, as well as FMEA. I don't think Ryan does, but there's connections there. Yeah. Okay. So our lobbyist also represents the League of Cities and the Florida Municipal Electric Association. So all those options kind of come together in Gray Robinson and in Mr. Matthews. I would say we certainly should contact Mr. Matthews and ask him to make sure that he has a conversation with all of us. It would be great to be able to do it as a group, but that's really just not feasible the way sunshine rules work. But we absolutely, I think, could expect a conversation with each of us in which we could let him know what our individual priorities would be to making changes to the boards that are contemplated. I absolutely think that a majority of any board at a baseline ought to be appointed by the Gainesville City Commission, because we represent, again, the people who own the darn thing. I will say that I have softened over the years to, and that's maybe not the right way to think about it, but I'm comfortable at this point with some level of representation for and by the folks who use the utility but are not owners of the utility. In other words, the folks who live in the unincorporated area and are customers of particularly our electric utility. Because let's face it, what we're talking about is the electric utility. I mean, it is all of them. That's what the bill says. But this is about the electric utility, which is about 31% of our electric users are outside the city of Gainesville. The 40% figure kept being thrown around. It is not that high. It's about 31%. The county commission certainly could appoint. I could see a member of such a board from outside the city of Gainesville. I'd be willing to. I would find that a useful thing. I guess I could say. Beyond just the number of, the representation on a potential board, I'm also concerned about what responsibilities the board would have. Because nowhere in any of this does it discuss making our utilities separate organizations from the city of Gainesville. They are enterprise units of the city of Gainesville. They're not separate. And if we're going to have a board making decisions side by side for the city of Gainesville, which is, GRU is the city of Gainesville, it's part of it, with the city commission, that's where things get weird. If we're specific about, in the bill, about what responsibilities such a board would have, that starts to make sense to me. I can see how we put that to work. If we say they have rate-making authority, they control the transfer, whatever those specific things are. But when we just give them kind of the ability to bond for the utility without changing what the utility is, utilities are, they are bonding on behalf of general government as well, because Moody's sees us as one thing. Our charter sees us as one thing. So when we start offering bonding capabilities and that sort of thing, that creates all sorts of potential messes. Even the best board you could possibly put together still leaves unanswered questions. So it's important that specifics of what the responsibilities are and the authority of the authority is, that's really important to put together. And it can't be everything, because that just doesn't work logistically. It leaves too many questions unanswered, which then puts people's jobs at risk, it puts people's families at risk, and it puts the life of our community at risk, because it puts the ability to provide utility services at risk. And it also puts at risk what we offer on the general government side, which is basic daily expectations of the people who live here. So it's important to me that we get some delineation of what reasonable rules are, reasonable responsibilities are, as well as what the board might look like. I could see a board that looks kind of like an airport board. That makes sense. It exists, and it was actually mentioned several times by legislators on Friday in the hearing. I think that is a useful thing to consider. By the way, our airport board is the majority of members of the airport board are appointed by the Gainesville City Commission, because we own the dirt. I mean, the people of Gainesville own the land under the airport, so that authority is mostly appointed by the Gainesville City Commission on behalf of the people who own the darn thing. That is a useful way to look at it. But that authority also has very specific limitations and responsibilities in what it does, as opposed to just being very vague and saying all the things. There has to be some detail in what gets put together by this group. So say again? I know, I'm going to fudge a little bit. The lobbyists can absolutely help us work through that. Mr. Matthews we've worked with him for a long time. He can help us with some of that detail, I believe. We also have other levels that each of us can pull once I think he might be able to clarify our thinking individually for what exactly we're trying to achieve. I agree. What I most hope to achieve is that the honorable representative just says, this is a bad idea. Never mind, I got other stuff to do. I don't give up hope. So absolutely we'll continue working with what JLAC has given us to do, and we will get detail about that as we move forward. We'll pick, I think, a transfer number by the 13th of April. I think we'll have a pretty good idea of what a not to exceed might be by the April 6th meeting. I think anybody can read those tea leaves and see that it's going to be, certainly less than half of what it has been. We can't promise that, but I think that's what we're going to come back with, and probably a lot less than that. A lot less than that. As far as outside counsel for what happens next, because really that's what we're talking about, is the outside counsel, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think What we're talking about is how we move forward with legal challenges if something passes that we don't know how to work with, that we don't believe is in the best interest of the people of Gainesville. And I assume that there are firms out there who specialize in specifically this kind of thing, but I really don't know. Right, so I guess we would be charging the attorney's office with finding supportive counsel to help you in things that are not your core functions. Okay, all right. I think I've gotten most of that off my chest as it flows through my brain. All right, Commissioner Chestnut, and then we'll go out to the people and come back.
I'll just wait.
Okay, all right. So let's go to the public. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, our first speaker is Jeffrey Shapiro, followed by Jen Paul and Donald Shepard.
Dr. Shapiro, welcome back.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, yes, I do have some comments. One of them is that Senator Davis, Tracy Davis, made some very salient comments. They were a little bit hard to decipher in some senses, but she felt that the action that was being contemplated is a general action that would put at risk essentially all of the municipal utilities in the state. That the same action might be taken elsewhere, I guess is what she was saying. And she asked them to please contemplate changing your ideas of what might go into this. Furthermore, it was said that, I think Mr. Clemens stated, that this would go on a consent agenda and pass straight through. From what I understand, I'm not very familiar with any of this, but the Senate's consent agenda is what's at risk, and one senator needs to object to that consent agenda item in order to prevent the bill from just passing automatically on consent. And perhaps Senator Davis or another senator would be quite willing to help with that. So there are places, I think, that would help at least to delay this action. It's hard to say what would happen, if the full Senate were to have to act on it. Anyway, that's my main comment that I can come up with right now. A lot of people in the community are very supportive of you, and there are a lot of different possibilities being thought about by a lot of people. So you have support. I'm not sure what will fall out of it, but I was at the meeting of our League of Women Voters Natural Resources Committee, for example, and we went over a lot in an hour. So people are thinking of a lot of things to do. So
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate
Thank you all.
Thanks for being up there last Friday, and thanks for being with us today. So, as a quick follow-up to that, my understanding of a path forward for this bill is that it gets filed on April 10th. It then is referred to at most 2 committees, perhaps just 1 committee. Then it goes to the House floor, passes the House floor, as it likely will, as a local bill, sponsored by the Speaker Pro Tem. Then it goes on a consent bill in the last couple of days of the session at the Senate. And then I don't know how many senators would be required to remove an item from the consent bill. But
Brian Matthews can tell us.
exactly, yes. So, and then of course, if it passes there, then it goes to the governor's desk. And I'm reasonably certain what happens then. Although I'm not entirely certain. I mean, the previous governor vetoed the original version of this bill back in 2016. So you never know, but we kind of can guess. All right, so I'm sorry I thought it was useful to add that that path. Welcome, Ms. Powell.
Hello, mayors and commissioners. My name is Jen Powell. I am the organizer for CWA Local 3170. First, I want to communicate the current stress levels and anxiety that the rank and file employees that Local 3170 represents. I was out at Public Works today, and people are nervous. People are concerned. People don't know if they're going to wake up tomorrow and have a job. Not only are we under attack from every which way we turn right now, we've got a bill, 256, in the Senate that would decertify our union. We're doing everything to stop that, but then we had JLAC. It was already causing some problems. And then now this GRU takeover bill by Representative Clemens. This bill is harmful to our members because the board it creates will be completely unaccountable to the workers and the voters. There's no public oversight written into the bill. The workers, the ratepayers, the citizens would be at the mercy of a governor-appointed board. We must demand local accountability for our city assets. I know we've got a little ways to go here with it being presented in April, but we've got to, you have us, we've got your back, and we're going to do everything we can in all of these different areas, because our most important thing to us is the workers. So I really, after the visit to Public Works today, I really wanted to communicate how worried everyone is with everything happening at once. And, we're trying to answer questions. I appreciate you coming to the town hall. We would like to invite you back to our member meeting on the 13th, if you can come, because a couple people missed it because of spring break. So I'll talk with you about that later on. And then maybe the next meeting could have a couple other commissioners come just to communicate with members what's going on and what this means to their jobs in the city. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have Bobby Murmur, followed by Tyler Forrest and Matthew Hunt.
Well,
Hey, thank you, Mr. Mayor, commissioners. First off, I want to start off by thanking every single one of you on that dais, staff, commissioners. This is a really rough time for everyone in the community, and also for you. You guys are working in less than desirable conditions. So thank you. Keep it up. Please don't quit on us, and keep doing what you're doing. I just wanted to note that I think it's really important that in addition to getting Gray Robinson to lobby on this and try to amend the bill to something that's more palatable for the community, for the owners of this utility, I think it would be wise for commissioners to reach out to other commissioners, to mayors in cities that also have electric utilities, because Gainesville's the first, but if this passes as is, we will not be the last, right? We're small, we're easy to go after, we're a liberal college town, so they get to own the libs by doing this to us, but they will eventually go to Tallahassee. They will eventually come for OUC in Orlando, for JEA. So I think it's important that the lobbyist does their job, but I also think it's important, sorry to ask you to do more, but to make close friendships right now with the other 32 or commissioners in the other 32 cities with municipal electric utilities, because we need to stop this as a threat to home rule, not just here, but for every city with an electric utility, and then eventually every city, because they're not going to stop at electric utilities. There's a bill right now that would prohibit counties and cities from allowing franchising monopolies for trash pickup, for example, right? So, they're coming after home rule. And I think this is where we need to draw the line, is that with GRU. So please urge you strongly to reach out to your colleagues in the other 32 cities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tyler Forrest with North Central Florida Central Labor Council.
You're becoming a frequent flyer here.
I know, today I am. Well, I had to make up for the lack of the others today. So I certainly hope the Speaker Pro Tem is interested in listening to you, because clearly he isn't interested in listening to anybody else. Otherwise, he would have held the hearing of the Alachua County delegation hearing not in Leon County. He would have held it in Alachua County. His excuse was that he needed to attend session. However, I would just point out, session was going on at the same time as the hearing, and obviously he didn't feel the need to be in that session or vote on the bills that was voted on during that time. What's more, he also stated that this bill was was a bill that was filed 7 years ago, which begs the question then, why did he not present this bill at the original Alachua County delegation hearing when it was held at Santa Fe? And I would simply put that he did that because he wanted to hide this bill, suppress any dissent on it, and shove it down all of our throats and try to steal GRU from the citizens. Furthermore, excuse me, the way he ran the meeting was frankly almost unconstitutional, I'd have to say. He let his friends go first and let them speak. I believe one of his friends spoke the most, only except for you, Mr. Mayor. Then when it came time for all the other speakers who were overwhelmingly opposed, he cut their time down to 1 minute. So I really hope he does listen to you and does do what he's pretended, at least, that he wanted to reach a compromise, because this bill is a blatant overreach, and it is a threat to all the workers that work at GRU, right? Because this bill would have, under how it's written, despite him saying it's a shell, which again, how do you hold a public hearing on a bill that you are afraid to actually show anybody? But nevertheless, it would give that board total power to do what they will or what they want with the workers, and workers nor voters would have any recourse. So like was mentioned about the Airport Authority Board, I would also point out, though, that that has 2 governor-appointed positions and 1 Alachua County Commission position. I would move one of those over so that 2 are appointed by the County Commission to represent the ratepayers like myself who live outside of city limits but still have GRU. Of course, apparently Mr. Clemens did not care to hear from me despite saying that, because I signed up to speak, as did my colleague, and neither of us were allowed to speak. But that's fine. So again, I hope that he negotiates with you. Regardless, we are going to fight this bill unless there is any local accountability in it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, our final speaker is Matthew Hunt.
Hurst.
Hurst? Oh.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Matthew
Yes, I'm
Hurst.
Matthew
I'm sorry.
Hurst. I'm sorry, I couldn't, my handwriting wasn't clear. I think that the bigger long-term problem is really the debt and the high utilities. And what's happening is lots and lots of people over time are contacting our state legislators and saying, okay, these bills are high, we're having trouble paying them, and that's why they keep revisiting this issue every so many years. I think the long-term solution is going to have to be to phase out the general fund transfer. And it's got to be done carefully. It's a big part of your city budget, and maybe even make that a charter amendment and see where we can go from there. As far as the governing structure, whether you all are in charge or whether it's another independent board, the financial issues are the same either way. They don't magically appear. I know that GRU's had a variety of governing structures in the past. I believe one of our there's a piece in the Gainesville Sun a few years ago that was talking about different approaches. I think it's about 30 or 40 years ago, there was a regional utility board called literally RUB, and I believe it was appointed by a mixture of city and county commissioners. And that would be one approach, again, like the Airport Authority solution. Another would be a board directly elected by the people, and we might have some people who are on the city or even county commission might also be on that board, but it would be a separate election. So those are the 2 solutions I see: eliminating the general fund transfer over time so that GRUs run as a separate nonprofit, and then exploring whether or not it makes sense to have you all as the city commissioners also being in charge of GRU at the same time, or whether it's better to have a separately appointed or elected board. So thank you for your consideration of this issue.
Thank you. So I would point out, we'll get to the item in just a second. But the transfer, and I can't say this often enough, the transfer as it currently exists is lower than it has been in 10 years. In 10 years. The debt when this bill was first contemplated many years ago at this point was $1.9 billion. It is now $1.7 billion. $200 million may not mean a lot to people in Tallahassee, but it sounds like a lot of money to me. Commissioner Eastman.
To that because I realize we're coming up to our time, but I wanted to just jump off of that real quick because I do think the debt is a really important part of this. We have $1.7 billion in debt. We are right behind Jacksonville Electric Authority, which has $2.1 billion in debt, and Orlando Utilities Commission, which has $1.6 billion in debt. So if people say that the reason they're treating us differently, that the reason they would do this is because GRU is categorically different than other utilities in terms of our debt, I would disagree with that. And if they'd say that they're treating us differently categorically because of our general fund transfer, ours, according to the Fitch peer review study I found, has us at 9.8% for the GFT. Tallahassee's is at 16.82% of their revenue. Orlando at 14.07% of their revenue. Lakeland at 13.2% of their revenue. So we have a lower general funds transfer as a percentage of our revenue, and debt that is high, but not categorically worse than a lot of our larger municipal utilities in the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Also want to point out that neither Moody's nor Fitch nor S&P as international rating agencies would go out on a limb on our behalf to recommend to folks to invest in our bonds if they didn't feel like that there was a pretty strong organization backing those bonds up. Nobody ever talked about us being bankrupt until the legislature started talking about that. Okay, the motion is to direct the attorney staff to hire outside counsel in preparation for any necessary legal action, to request of the lobbyist, Mr. Matthews, be in touch with each of us individually, and to continue to work toward the requests and recommendations of JLAC, the Joint Legislative Auditing Committee. Commissioner Book, did you need to? Okay, all right, okay. Do we want to split that, or are y'all? Okay, I think we're good to move forward as one.
Just to clarify, Mr. that first part, is there a timeline attached to that? Because again, I don't know what you'd want an attorney to do right now. So it's.
So, Commissioner Chestnut, if you want to speak to that.
I would say, let's prepare, and after the, let's prepare and be ready to jump into action once the bill is signed or what have you. Maybe we can get an injunction.
We have relationships in place with law firms who specialize in utility services. So we would, if the motion passes, we would certainly, working in conjunction with the general manager and his team, have conversations with those firms to be, I would say right now we're prepared to make those actions if we had to. So, but rather, I mean, if it's going to be a straight motion to hire someone right now, well, that's not really that practical.
No, I think the intent is to be prepared to move forward in rapid fire, should that be the case.
Yeah, I feel comfortable. We have several law firms that have worked very closely with the executive team at GRU and with our office that would be able to provide very competent representation.
Very good.
Thought you would.
Okay. Commissioner Book, yeah.
That was precisely the clarification I was looking for, is that we have preparation, because the manner in which we frame what we're about to do could also be considered defensive or non-collaborative, and that would be important as it relates to trying to work towards what our goals are related to a potential bill. So I really appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Very good. All right, seeing no further lights, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously, Madam Clerk. And let's quickly, if we can, move on to the planning for the General Policy Committee for the next quarter.
Mr. Mayor, our next item is 2023-12, General Policy Committee Administrative Session, with a recommendation that the General Policy Committee set its schedule for FY23 third quarter.
Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for putting it up. I think unless any of my colleagues have anything they'd like to add, I'd like to move that we adopt this proposed calendar as produced by staff in conjunction with us individually.
I'd like to add a couple things.
Okay.
But I'll just say those now, and you can fold those in if you will. Commissioner Eastman had an item for to discuss greenways that was pulled from a previous item, and I would like us to have that discussion, and I don't really care which one we add it to. Also, I have a substantial report from our research staff on wayfinding and community signage, which I find to be an important part of moving our community forward in a relatively low-cost way. And I would like to add wayfinding and community signage to the calendar.
Is there a
as well.
preference? I'm fine with those. Is there a preference for either date? June 8th is pretty open, or so is May 11th, I think.
Let's move both those to June 8th.
Okay,
if nobody
both on
else
June
is.
8th, and I am, anything?
I don't know if now's the right time, but I wanted us to reassess whether or not we wanted to keep this on a monthly schedule for the General Policy Committee, or if we would go back to the every 2 weeks method that we had previously. But that may be a motion after this. So I don't want to get in the way of this one while we're going
I
through.
mean, I'm fine to fold it in if, I'm fine to say if we need more meetings.
I'd
You know what,
like to hear, I mean, that was a 4-3 vote. It happened very quickly. I don't know if we fully digested what that means, but what it means is that we're going to have meetings until 6 o'clock every time we have these things, and we're going to leave a lot of things off the agenda. So, now's the time to reconsider that if we would like to.
So here's what we're gonna do. I would like to put this calendar out in addition to
The two items.
the two items the mayor has mentioned for June 8th. And in addition, I'd like staff to come back with our original 2-week calendar for GPC,
Clerk's office, yeah.
with the clerk's office to come back with that. If that's cool, we got a nod. Do I have a second?
Second.
Multiple seconds, all right. Does anybody from the community want to talk about this? Didn't think so. All right, I see no further lights. Did you, anybody, everybody good? Okay. All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Commissioner. Oh, was it? I'm sorry, okay. No. So it is not unanimous, it's 5-1 with book and dissent, okay. All right, so any member comment? Thank you, y'all. That was a good afternoon's work. We'll clear out for the planning.